You are watching the Vodka stream.
Heyo, what is happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream on your Friday. We made it through another week. Yay, guys. What's going on? Cheers. Got the vodka poured. Hopefully, you guys are doing good. And we got lots to talk about today, of course. I'm also live on Instagram right now, currently. So I got like a second little angle going on. But cheers, guys. Gonna have Jacob Riddle he's going to be returning to the stream tonight to talk about his new project Reverie, an episodic adventure that he's doing where he's playing multiple characters, and the first 2 episodes are already out there. And we're going to talk about that because dude's very talented. He's very talented. He's a talented dude. All right, let's see. I'm going to post his TikTok because he's posting it on TikTok, Vero, and Instagram. So I'm going to post it in the live chat to okay, we don't need that. I'm going to post it right here. So posting the link right meow. 100%. All right, we got that little graphic that's going over it. So I can't pin it yet until somebody says something in the chat. So again, just a bad design for whoever designed that when it came to the YouTube live chat. Oh, okay, there we go. I could just move it. Okay, we got that. All right, pinned to the chat. So there you go. So Jacob will be coming on. We'll talk about that a little bit, but you guys can ask some questions in the meantime. And yeah, let's see who's out there. Let's say hi to people. Let's see what's going on. We got Zach P, Glenn Powell for Booster Gold. Yeah, a lot of people fan cast him as that, but you know, I mean, he would be a pretty good Booster Gold, I will say. Let's go on Phil. We have a Red Hulk. We definitely do. We got Thwip right here. Thwip Media. Hey, Dave, the Cap 4 trailer was awesome, and I can't wait to see the movie. The fun part about the marketing will be seeing Harrison Ford not giving a shit about any. I know. Remember when he said, like, what's a Red Hulk? He said that when somebody asked that, which is a perfect answer. Let's see. On Instagram, I think the only thing Gunn Superman would be better than Snyder's is Lois Lane. I love Amy Adams, but new Lois is, yeah. I mean, Rachel Brosnan's pretty damn good. I mean, Amy Adams definitely has been my favorite, of course, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see when it comes to all that. What's going on, Buster Barnes? I'm sure people are going to react reasonably to the Booster Gold news. Well, you should see I mean, I'm not a big fan of the news, if that's even, we haven't gotten it fully confirmed yet. I was actually told about it like a few weeks ago, but I was sworn to secrecy about it. I think I might have mentioned that I was told something a while back. I don't know if I did on Film Junkie Live or one of the member streams, but sometimes I can't mention things that I'm told because I'm not trying to be a fucking pooper scooper. And when somebody says you can't say anything, I go, okay. So yeah, I'm not really too thrilled because I'm not really a big fan of Kamel. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I don't really even like it, though. That's the thing. It's just like, yeah. Taladia plays what's happening. We have a good Friday. I thought the Cap trailer was awesome. Yeah, it seems like people are digging it. I've seen some people that don't like it too. I mean, I thought the line in the trailer where he goes like, "You're no Steve Rogers," and then Sam Wilson goes, "You're right, I'm not." I was like, was that supposed to be like something just like impactful? It's like, yeah, he's not. That's a cheeseball of a line. That's why I tweeted about it. I was like, that's a little bit of a cheeseball of a line. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not. It's like, all right, what are we doing here, folks? That was actually written in the script. You thought that line was going to be very impactful because all it was stating the obvious. I felt so. Anyways, let's see. Happy Friday. What's going on, Gilmore? We got Game City. That uncontentious, whatever. Superman Rewind me of comic when got knocked out in Cleveland, Ohio, but some shiny what? As a guy from Ohio, I'm interested in events and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of Ohio stuff, works. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Cheers, my friend. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Always great to see you. Always great to see you. All right, Shano, what is happening? We got Jason, Fear Jason here. What's happening? Let's get nuts, Brendan. And Nerdy Mastermind. How do y'all feel about people saying Brave New World looks like a TV movie? I mean, a little bit. What's going on, Kaisi Cinema? Kaisi? Probably saying it wrong. Sorry, buddy. If I am. Let's see. Max Wolf, Night Danger. What's happening? Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. So Camille Nanjiani got cast as Boozer. What the fuck? So, yeah. Well, it's not confirmed yet, so. And then Raspapopolis says foot diversity. We want Gwen Powell. And I am South Asian. So, hey, he's not white, so he gets a pass. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, it's not fully confirmed yet. Not fully confirmed, but we'll see what's going on involved. What's up, Mr. Film Junkie? Can't wait for Deadpool and Wolverine and Rebel Moon director's cuts. Yeah, me too. The Watcher, the Cap trailer was cool, but still didn't get me excited. My biggest problem with Sam as Captain America is he doesn't have super soldier serum. Like, how does he throw the shield? Yeah, I mean, that is something. I mean, he shouldn't be able to throw it like Cap did, or even Bucky, right? Because both of them are like that. So, Shano, hey Dave, did you know last month on June 8th of this year, 2024, marks 40 years of the original Ghostbusters 1984 movie when it was released in theaters back in 1984? And yes, I did. I think I posted that. I posted about it, and I think I talked about it on Film Junkie Live too. I can't believe it's been 40 years. I mean, I'm 40 years old. Jesus Christ. So just shows you right there. Hey, what's going on? Mama Film Junkies here, being a member for 39 months. Much appreciated. All right. If you guys have some questions, let's see who else we got. We got Manalo right here. Hola. What is happening? All right. And hopefully I didn't miss some of you guys, but if you got a question, go for it, because time for another drinking review. That's right, guys. We are talking long legs. Long legs. I don't have long legs. I definitely don't have long legs. But let's talk long legs, all right? Cheers. Ooh. Now, this movie has been compared to other movies And the two movies that it's been specifically compared to, and you guys saw my first reaction review, hopefully you did, because you saw how kind of I was like in awe of things when it came to this movie. But I did notice, and I think they've even put it on the poster when it comes to this movie, that it's been compared to Silence of the Lambs and Seven. There's a lot of that I was seeing, and yes, there's definitely an atmosphere and a tone that they're definitely going for when it comes to those movies. But I wouldn't even say, I even thought about that. I'm like, okay, are they really trying? It seems like Oz. I forgot what the director's full name is. Oz something, and I get the vibe of that, sure, but for the most part, I'm going, well, and I'm not going to give it away because I want people to go see this movie. There's not going to be any spoilers when it comes to this. That there is an aspect of Long Legs that is very much unlike Silence of the Lambs and Seven. So I kind of went, I'm not going to do that comparison. I get the tone of it, but I'm not going to compare it to that. And like I said, the tone was one of my favorite things, the atmosphere, the fact that it's like mid 90s, late 90s, maybe. You don't know it specifically, but I think it's pretty much mid to late 90s that this has taken place, because there's ones they don't actually tell you what year it is. You hear dates, but you don't hear the year necessarily. You do hear about like certain years of certain things and whatnot, but overall, my thoughts sitting with it, I'm just kind of going like, man, I still very much cannot wait to see it again. I definitely want to see it again. It's not one of those movies where I was like, oh, it was so disturbing that I don't need to see it right away. No, it's a movie that it doesn't, yeah, there's some graphic moments and there's some things in there that'll just make you feel just blah. But the whole time you just feel uneasy. You just feel uneasy. You want to give Micah Monroe's character a hug because she's so isolated, so alone, and so awkward, but takes her job very seriously. And Nicolas Cage is just he went to another level. He went to another level. When you can't think that Nicolas Cage can't go to another level, he goes to another level. I mean, there are elements of some of his previous characters. I got a little Castor Troy in the Longlegs character, just a little bit. There was like a little bit of Castor Troy in there, and I love when he played Castor Troy in Face Off. So, but yeah, overall, if you are wanting to see, and horror is just like, been running rampant the past couple of years, especially with the struggling box office, because it could be cheaper and they can get a good return. And it seems like this one's going to get a pretty damn good return. It's like, it's already looking to be Neon's, the studio that's distributing this movie. It's already doing the pretty much is going to be their biggest opening, it's looking like. So go check it out. There's going to be some things where you're going to walk away going, huh. But I mean, it'll sit with you, and it sat with me. And that's my overall thoughts. And I can't wait to watch it again. It's definitely up there on one of my top movies of the year. Cheers. And what's funny about it too is like I'm seeing some film snobs hate on this movie. Holy crap. I've seen some snobby people on the timeline and even some YouTube reviewers that are just like going, what the hell is this movie? Kind of funny. And I'm like, oh, wow. I mean, I thought this was totally great for all that. Let's see. We got Dan DeMan. Yo, Dave. Happy Friday. I just watched Ghostbusters Marathon, even Ghostbusters 2016. Why would you do that to yourself? What's your second favorite Ghostbusters movie after the original? I would say I kind of, you know what? It's weird because I don't, the hate that Ghostbusters 2 gets, I don't have that hate. But I will say there is something about Afterlife that, I don't know, I think I do like it more than Ghostbusters 2. Yeah. And then Frozen Empire and Ghostbusters 2 kind of like, I don't know where they sit. They're both like the weaker ones, I will say that. So, yeah. Also, 2016 Ghostbusters nowhere near as bad as Outrage. I don't know. I can't get myself to watch that one again. I definitely cannot get myself to watch that again. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult. Hey, we got Chris Zaztek. Keanu Reeves booster gold. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Whoa. Let's see who else we got here. Let's see. If you got any questions, go ahead and we'll start getting people in here. Start getting some people in here. Oh man. Not only is it hot in SoCal right now, but like earlier today, it's let up a little bit. But yesterday and today, I thought we were gonna get a monsoon. It started getting humid. It started getting a little hazy, like some clouds were forming. I'm like, all right, at least give us a thunderstorm if if this is gonna be the case here. So let's see. I'm all about Chris Pratt being booster. He even has the cheesy smile. No, he definitely would be that. What's going on, K1? Good to see you, K1, over here on Instagram. What is happening? Let's see who else we got here. Alex, I don't hate Kamel as booster, but why is James Gunn casting the JLI in their 50s? I know that's another thing too, is like if Kamel is, I mean, he's like what? He's in his 40s, right? You think that there would be like a younger, but then at the same time, if they're gonna, I don't know, it's gonna be interesting. Because we have Jaime Reyes. We already have a Jaime who's young. We got Sholo, but then of course, if we're gonna have Jesus Christ, I'm totally drawing a blank on the original Blue Beetle. Yeah, geez. And then of course everybody was suspecting what's his name. I can't even remember his name too. My mind is totally goes blank as it does when I'm live. But Ted Cord, there you go. It just hit me right now. Ted Cord, but who is rumored to play him? Who was rumored? Who is rumored to play him? Ted Lasso. I know his name, but I'm trying to remember his the real name. The guy who's playing Ted Lasso. Jason Sudeikis. Thank you, Phil. So yeah, it's just like I could maybe see them interacting pretty well together, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just not a fan. If Kumail's gonna get that, I'm just like, all right, well, I'm gonna have to wait and see because I'm just not. I've been okay with the casting so far when it comes to the DCU. Maybe not Sean Gunn as Max Lord, but I don't. Again, I don't hate every casting because we've learned anything from the past is you got to wait. You just got to wait. And some people were even bringing that to my attention too. I thought it was my Twitter got a little insane because right when it got posted, I reposted and I just posted, oh boy, that's it. And then of course there's people like starting to compare it to Jason Momoa's casting as Aquaman. And I was like, oh shit, there it goes. I knew that was going to happen. All right. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, Instagram. The thing that was holding it up. I knew that was going to happen because Instagram is being held up on my phone by Henry Cavill Superman. My McFarlane Superman is holding that up. But the sad fact of the matter is I have to have my charger on because I forgot to charge my phone earlier. So, but anyways, what was I saying? I don't even know now. Oh yeah, and they're comparing it to that, and I was like, whoa. I was like, okay, what are we doing? Are we going like? Are we doing like the whole thing when it's talking about a race swap thing for the character? I'm like, and then I was like, and then it turned out no, that wasn't actually the case, but. And it was just kind of like they were comparing it to Jason Momoa not being the blonde-haired, blue-eyed version of Aquaman, just like this wouldn't be the blonde hair. And I'm like, okay, that's perfectly fine. But I thought Jason Momoa was perfect for Aquaman. And that's why they even kind of changed the look of Aquaman in the comics, just to make it look more like Jason Momoa. But yeah, Kumail, I don't know. I just never have been like a big fan of his. Just never have. I'm a big stand-up comedy nerd. Not really been a fan of his stand-up. And then when it came to even just him in movies, I'm like, So I don't know. Anyways, Instagram down. Yeah, I know. I accidentally dropped my phone when it came to that. God damn it, I did it again. Jeez. This thing's not holding it up correctly this time. I can't scroll. My figurine's not helping this time. I got to put the arms up a little bit more, huh? All right, come on. Hold it up. Hold it up, Soupies. All right, I can't touch this anymore. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Hold on. But the thing's not scrolled. There we go. Full on scrolled. Full on scrolled right there. So, all right, we're good. Jeez. That was rough. Anyways, who else we got here? Let's see. Camille is quite old, but maybe it's too. Yeah, I know. That's what I was just. Yeah, that's what we're just kind of talking about right now. Camille is in everything basically, and I hope it's not him because I don't want to see another typecasting while you go for Okay. Okay. I haven't seen Maxine yet because I haven't seen any of the other movies. So one of these weekends, I'm just going to dive into that complete trilogy. That's what I plan on doing. I'm going to dive into that complete trilogy of X or whatever. I just haven't done it yet. So I haven't seen Maxine, and because I haven't seen Pearl or X. So I plan on seeing that. I plan on when Maxine comes out on video, which I know I wish I could see it in theaters, but can't catch them all. Can't catch them all. What's one project you want to see get announced in the remaining unannounced projects for Chapter 1? I don't know, man. It is kind of... Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I would love to say something like a World's Finest kind of movie, like they actually do something like that. But I mean, we have a Superman movie and a Batman movie coming out first. We got to get that as first. But it would be kind of interesting what if like the next time we see Superman and Batman, you see them in a World's Finest? I don't know. I think what I would like to see is something when it comes to the Elseworlds, to be honest. I would like to see another Elseworlds announcement, like something that is not tied to the DCU. We already have the Batman and Joker coming out, so it's like I'd actually want to see another Elseworlds project be announced as well. Who would you fan cast as the question? Somebody actually, James McAvoy, that'd be a good one. But somebody actually, I remember people have suggested Ryan Gosling before, and for some reason I thought that was kind of cool because it was like, Ryan Gosling's so pretty. He's such a pretty boy, right? That it would be funny that he'd play that character. So for some reason, I'm like, I kind of like would want to see that. I don't know. Should they link Brainiac to the destruction of Krypton? I mean, I wouldn't hate it because if you watch Superman the Animated Series, he didn't exactly link him, but he kind of like, if you've watched that first episode, when you're seeing all that, Brainiac does kind of he plays a part. He plays a somewhat part when it comes to that, at least, so I don't know. It is kind of interesting. He's supposed to be like a protector type, but ends up kind of fucking over those guys. So, all right, just sending out some invites. Sending out the invites. Let's see what else we got. But yeah, I mean, Brainiac does play a role of just kind of like he was supposed to be this, this technology that was supposed to help Krypton, and then kind of just lies to Jor-El. So, yeah, it's good times. So, anyways. But so yeah, I wouldn't mind if there should be a Brainiac presence, right? We're gonna probably get some kind of Brainiac presence or something. Anyways, what else we got here? Jason Sudeikis has Ted Cord to partner with Booster. Yeah. Was that ever that wasn't really confirmed though either, that Sudeikis was actually going to be playing Ted Cord. I know it was rumored, and then we were all like, please let it be so. It's kind of one of those things. Actually, now that I think about it, Michael Fassbender would be a great question, or Andrew Garfield. I like the Fassbender one. Garfield, I'm like, all right, but I like Garfield. He's just great. Whatever happened to Ray from Flightcast? Yeah, you know what? I got to hit him up because he quit Twitter, and I know he's still as part of the Patreon community. And I remember like when he responded to one of my Patreon posts, I said like, hey man, and I said, so I should message him directly. But basically, people have asked in prior, it's like, he got promoted at his job where he had to work Friday nights. Same thing happened with Steven, even with Scott, with the way that his job was going, that Scott wasn't on for a bit, but then his schedules have changed, so he's been able to make it to there. But both like Steven and Ray, their jobs have just prevented them from like coming out. There's like, trust me, there's no like bad blood or anything like that, or they didn't get sick of me. At least I don't think. Maybe it's an excuse and they are sick of me. No, but it's just kind of one of those things where, just work life gets in the way. It definitely gets in the way. Let's see. McFarlane Toys need to make soups with Kung Fu grip. Right? I know. Like I said, that's what I use to prop up my phone. I use my Superman McFarlane, my Cavill Superman McFarlane. Usually it's good, but let's see. Bradley Cooper has a question. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. It could still dye his hair. Oh, they probably still will dye his hair because it will look ridiculous. Yeah, or put some highlights in. I mean, it's not like he hasn't had blonde highlights in there before. I'm pretty sure, wasn't his character in Frozen Empire didn't have like some blonde in it? So it's not like that's not going to happen or something. So let's see. Dan said, "Where is your current excitement level for Andy Muschietti Batman movie, Dave?" I'm pretty. Like, just give me, we got Matt Reeves giving me like that more grounded Batman. So Muschietti, you already showed that you could show a fantastical Batman in the Flash movie. So I want more of that, just with a better suit, of course. The suit wasn't all that great, but I mean, I don't necessarily blame even the production of the Flash. I think it was partially had to do, from what I heard, it was from two sources too, by the way, and I've said it before, is if they were going to get Ben Affleck back into the bat suit, they were going to have to make it comfortable, even though it didn't look comfortable and it was weird. But if you think about it, all he was basically wearing was a bodysuit, and then they added like the motorcycle like armor. And apparently that was part of the deal, because let's face it, all the bat suits are very uncomfortable. Bat suits in particular, and as awesome as the BVS suit is, and is still the best in my opinion, bat suit, Ben Affleck was not in the mood to get into that one or the Justice League version again if he was going to return. So it was like, give me something comfortable and I'll put it back on. And the suit for the Flash was comfortable enough, but it just didn't look that great. Sadly. The cowl looked good. But for the most part, it's just like, nyeh. What's going on, Jose? Happy Friday. I pray to God that this booster casting isn't true, because it's god awful. And some people aren't liking it. What do you think, Daniel Radcliffe as Mr. Miracle? That is a very off the cuff. I like it, actually. I like Daniel Radcliffe. I'm not gonna lie. Almost forgot the new Creature Commandos image is awesome. I agree with the consensus that the animation is looking. Yeah, I like the new image too. Looking forward to it. Let's see what else. Who else? What else we got? Let's see. One more. I would like to see the Elseworld be widely different than the main DCU. The potential is endless. There. They could even just do a straight up. I know. I wish they would. That was always my suggestion when it came to DC. Is like, hey, like, can we? How about you guys, instead of just trying to do this like crazy big universe, just start adapting live action versions of these popular stories you have. Just do that. Maybe eventually they'll do that. I don't know. It would just be kind of cool to get like, I mean, imagine if DC could it just bring in directors to direct these graphic novel stories. I mean, we already know Zach wants to do a direct adaptation of The Dark Knight Returns. So it would be cool to actually see that, but I don't know. I just thought that was maybe go that direction instead. But I mean, but they're not going to do that. I mean, that's the sad fact of the matter. If Warner Brothers wasn't so much in debt, maybe they could do that. But sadly, they just can't. They just can't. That's why I'm wondering just how many more Elseworlds types of movies that they're actually going to have. Because if you think about it, Joker 2 and the Batman Part 2 were already going to be a thing before DC Studios was a thing. So it was almost like, hey, we have to address the fact that we have these movies, so let's put them in this category. But that doesn't mean we're going to have more in that category, even though Todd Phillips was mentioned before that he pitched like 2 other characters that could fit in the vein of Joker, which I thought, yeah, where's the Scarecrow movie? Call it Crane. I don't know. Scarecrow, do a movie about Crane, Professor Crane, or something. You could do one about Mr. Freeze. You could do one about any kind of villain in the Batman universe. You can even do a Luthor one if you wanted to. But it'd be pretty interesting, but they ain't going to do that. Because us fans always come up with the best ideas, right? We do. We do. All right. Time to take the shades off. Time to take the shades off. Put that on. Hopefully but anyways, all right. Instagram, appreciate you. And oh, I didn't even see that. Did my dad request to be on? Dad, if you're still watching, I totally just didn't even see that. Were you requesting to try to show up on my Instagram right now? Hold on. I don't know if he meant to do that. Well, I'm going to turn it off anyways, but Dad, if you're watching, so maybe next time. I didn't even see that. I was like, oh yeah, I saw my dad in there, and it said request to come on, and I'm like, did he actually request to come on? So, but I'm about to wrap this up right here. So sorry. Anyways, all right, guys. Thank you, Instagram. And I'll talk to you later. All right. So there we go. End that. Share it. All right. So I'm not too sure if my dad was meaning to do that. Maybe he was, and he wanted to like jump on at least the Instagram part. That would have been cool. Get Papa Film Junkie. I should get him on here because I've had Mama Film Junkie on here before, but that was like a couple of years ago. It's probably time for that to happen again. We should get Mama Film Junkie back on here. All right. All right, been rambling way too much. Okay. All right, we got this. Let's go ahead and let's get things going right now. All right, first off, let's go ahead and bring the featured guest in right now. What's going on, Jacob? How's it going?
How we doing, Dave?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Hanging in there.
Good. How's the heat over in your neck of the woods?
You know, it's not too bad as of late. It did get up there for a week. We had probably like 7 days in a row of like 90 plus. Now it's back down to like 80s. But I mean, we're over here in the Midwest, so it's never too brutal. It's just pretty humid for the most part.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, it's been okay.
Yeah, not too bad. It got humid over here, and I'm like, this is not California. What are we doing here?
Mhm.
Got humid, got a little cloudy. It's even still a little hazy. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. We're having weird weather over here, but it's been hot. It's been hot.
Yes, I was just in Vegas, and it got
Oh,
up.
that's right.
It got up to like 108 for a couple days, which was just not fun at all.
No, not even at nighttime. It's probably
No. Not at all. It's just like you're walking around in like a fart, like nonstop.
Yes, like a fart, like blowing in the wind. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. So it's funny. I knew it. I had a feeling. It said my dad just texted me right now. He said, "Not sure what it did. Was listening for a while." See, that's the thing. It was like I was on Instagram Live, and my dad was like, all of a sudden, it's like, "Hey, so and my dad was requesting to come on live," and I'm like, I don't think he meant to do that. You know your parents. Yeah, and he probably just bumped something, and he was like, he wasn't sure. So I knew that was a little off. I'm like, I don't think he's trying to come on live here. So
yeah, no, my dad would do something similar probably.
yeah, exactly. So nothing wrong with that. But thanks for joining, man. I know you were in Vegas last week because we were planning on doing this last week, but I know, or was it last week? It was the week before, right?
I believe I can't remember.
2 weeks ago.
Right? One.
Yeah, one of those. But I know you've been busy as hell, and man, congratulations on your new project. You are very prolific. I will say that. Like, it just seems like you're always doing something, and I'm like, God damn. And what you're doing now. Well, first off, we'll bring in some of these other characters like Phil and Chris because they wanted to talk as well. What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up, guys?
Howdy.
Yeah, how's it going? Just talking to Jacob right here, and we're gonna talk about your new project, which we have pinned in the live chat, guys. It's did I just was that a gnat? I don't know what the hell just happened. I swear, this is what I hate about the heat too. Is like the flying critters. Anyways, so your new project is Reverie, and instead of just having like a full-on just a film, you're dividing it up into like in an episodic type of way, and you're posting it on Instagram, Vero, and TikTok. So we posted the TikTok to basically, because that's probably the most popular one right there. So, and go ahead and talk about it because it's a very interesting project, and I'm really anxious to pick your brain about it.
Yeah. So, I mean, the past 4 years, I've done a big project every year where I'm like the captain kind of driving the boat, and I have people help me, and like I have an amazing cast and crew. And I just graduated, finished my undergrad, which was shocking, but awesome. And I kind of always wanted to take a step back and like get my hands dirty again and sort of figure out what it means to like, I don't know. I'm making it sound like it's some existential quest, but I mean, it kind of is.
Dude, Dave, there's nothing wrong with that, man.
Like I just wanted to sort of deconstruct what it means to like make a movie again. So I've always had like these ideas for scenes that have never really made sense in a project. So then I was just like, okay, well, why don't I just do a project that's entirely just those scenes? So that's kind of where the idea came from, and then I really just wanted it to be me and my camera, and I wanted to play all of these crazy fucks. And I thought, okay, well, this is a really good opportunity. So, and then I came up with the idea to do it episodically because I wanted to sort of do something that I hadn't really seen done before on specifically TikTok, but I mean, it works, I think, on any platform, to get people excited about something week to week. And then at the end of the journey, putting it all together in its like original scripted format, which will be on YouTube in, I guess, 3 weeks. Because I'm taking this week off. And the only reason I'm doing that is because chapter 3 is like really intense, and like it's going to be a lot because I play 6 characters in that one. At one point, 5 of them are in one frame. So I have a lot of math and shit to do. So yeah, that's kind of what it is. And I called it Reverie because it all just kind of feels like some crazy fever dream. And it's not really designed to like make a ton of sense in a lot of ways. And it's not like they're not connected at all for me, but like yeah, it's just kind of nonsense and crazy shit that I've thought of over the years. But yeah, that's kind of it.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I remember when I saw your TikTok when you were, and that's when I hit you up because I was like, hey, you want to come on and talk about it? Because I saw you talk about this project and how you were going to release it. And then just kind of seeing some other stuff that you're posting as well. And then you said it was going to be like you're going to have these stories with like these characters that are not exactly obviously in like a similar setting. It was going to be all around the world. And then sure enough, you watched the first one, you got like, I mean, you had like a British accent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a British accent for that. And then the next one, what language were you speaking?
I invented that language.
No shit.
I saw that in the comments. I was looking at the comments for the second one, and it was just like, I didn't know you. One of them said, I didn't know you spoke another language. Is it actually I created my own?
So that was my buddy. He was kind of throwing me a softball, and I guess it worked. So shout out Lewis. But
okay,
yeah.
I was thinking, I was like, is that Hungarian? Is that like what are we doing here? You know?
No. So I basically just sat down and I wanted to like create an alphabet, but like it would be how like English or any language would sound to like someone who's not from Earth, if that makes sense. So I basically just created 26 letters. And then I made phonetic spelling for all of them. And then I mean, I'll be honest, it's not perfect in terms of like,
You fooled me.
I mean, that's cool. But like, if you were to sit down and be like, oh, he said this word differently there than he did in the other one. Like, I mean, I shot it in a day, so yeah. Cut me some slack. But
you try to create your own language and make it make sense. All right, then you throw your first stone.
But yeah, that language is not real. But I mean, there is. For me, I think a lot of like there's some story there. Because at the end he like gets in his car and then radio comes on, but it's English. So I mean, if I were
I noticed that. I noticed that in the one where you have the radio come on. I'm like, all right, that was all in, which I thought was actually a pretty cool little bit. The way that you play the DJ voice, I thought was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the other thing is like these are all like dream roles too.
Yeah,
like everyone has wanted to do that at some point. So, and if I wanted to like dive into lore with it, first of all, I wouldn't be able to do it in a short format. But in my mind, it's like this is, and I think the first one is the same way. I think this is way in the future at some point. And it's like maybe here, like Earth's not habitable anymore, and we're somewhere else in the Milky Way, like a moon of Jupiter or something like that. And there's one radio station that they can get, and it's that one from the people that are still on Earth or something like that. I don't know. It's stupid. Well, it's cool, but it's just like so many ideas that you could pull from it. And they're, again, not important, but it's interesting to think about, I think. So.
No, I like that. I like that because when you said that, because when you listen in the second episode and when you hear the DJ talking about like Earth's only or something like it mentions like it's like the only radio station, and I'm like, it kind of made me scratch my head. I'm like, okay, what is he trying to say here? Are we like on? It kind of makes you think. So even if you don't, and I kind of like that stuff too when it comes to watching a movie or series when nothing's just like spoon fed to you, and it's just like, hey, this is an idea. Now you run with it. You know,
sure.
I'm trying to open up your imagination. I'm trying to open up the audience's imagination. And, you know, that's one of the things that I love. Like, for instance, the first thing that comes to my mind is at the end of Inception is obviously everybody's like, does the top fall over or not? And Christopher Nolan was like, it's up to you. I'm not going to tell you what it is. If you think it falls over, you think he's dreaming or you think he's not, that is entirely up to you. And I've had numerous discussions with people about it. You know, it does twitch, but and there's so many people that have analyzed the shit out of that movie going, oh yeah, he's not wearing a ring right here. And he's not, and you see this part right, and everybody can analyze. And I think that's what the conversation that he was trying to create with his art. And I think that makes the art timeless, I guess you could say, because people can still go back to that and ask that question of was Cobb still dreaming or not? Sure. You know? So no, I like it. Absolutely. Yeah. Like
What I thought, what was really cool in your first one, it definitely threw me at first was when your character is being very poetic. It sounds like you're pining for someone, and I wasn't sure exactly if it was a dream, someone in your dreams, someone that was actually there, and then the other personality just sums out of nowhere. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Well, hard stop on that. That definitely was an interesting fake out.
Yeah, no, I thought his name's Rick Rationale. I thought that was like my favorite character to write because it's like I thought of like this super broken like Englishman, and like when he really loses it, he like thinks about, and it's this voice in his head that comes to him physically, and like he literally needs to label him as a voice of rationality to like make him sane. So I think like for the audience to be able to physically see a person, it was important because at first it was going to be just a voice, and I was like, no, he needs to be someone, and he needs to be like smoking a cigarette, and like he needs to look like shit. Like I just thought it was funny. So yeah, but yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So when filming for specifically doing kind of like you're doing for a short film for TikTok, what are kind of things you have to keep in mind for doing that versus kind of doing it for general YouTube or for the usual kind of festival submissions?
Sure. I mean, the biggest obvious thing for me is just the photography process in terms of how you frame stuff, because everything's like this, or sorry, like this, vertical, and that's really unusual. But you'll see, and it full app is on the Vero versions, but when you see the full thing together on YouTube, it's 133. So it's like what Justice League looks like. So it's close, but it's still a little bit of a stretch. So it's just gonna be a little bit more. There's gonna be more room, essentially. But a tool that I used is like in the first one, there's some really cool windows or arches that I was able to place myself right where I needed to be, so where it looked natural and comfortable for TikTok and Instagram. But when you see the full square version, it looks just as good and it looks natural. So that's the hardest thing, is like when you're doing it, if you need like a close up where it's like, oh, that's too tight for Instagram or TikTok, you have to figure out a way to capture it so it looks natural both ways. So I think that was probably the biggest challenge in terms of shooting it. But then also the engagement thing is difficult because and TikTok's great because I can see all the information, and it's like, okay, well, people are tuning out 3 seconds into this 4-minute long short. So I think it was important to be able to like put something in there quick so people stick around, essentially, which is not like a thing that I'm trying to compromise with, because you'll see in 3 and 4, I open all of them similarly. So that's kind of something that I'm hoping that people latch on to. But it's something that's kind of like a double-edged sword, because I don't want to, like, Zach always says, shoot all your bullets. But when you're doing a story beginning, middle, end, I don't really want to dump something that I haven't really planned on unleashing yet, if that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know.
No, it's difficult. It's difficult, like in those platforms. I mean, I'm looking at that shit all the time, and it's like, I'm watching videos, and I constantly, like, I'll see a video on my homepage about like, oh, how, use this editing style or this, that, and this, and it's all relatively the same thing of like, yeah, the retention.
Sure.
But I think it's more difficult, like when it comes to, at least with my channel, because I'm talking about news stuff. I'm not just some fresh idea. I'm not trying to be Mr. Beast or like anything where I'm coming up with like an original idea. I'm talking about news. So it's like, okay, how do I, try to engage the people right off the bat when I'm talking about something that's out there right now? And anytime I watch some of these videos of these channels, it's always kind of funny because you could fall down that rabbit hole of YouTube of how do you engage the viewers and retention and what you could do to get this many views, and they're all the same, and then they all have a link to, hey, pay for my fucking course and shit like that. I'm like, it's all the same. And then you could literally find somebody who has taken upon themselves to pay for the course and take it, and then they post about what it is, and it's all the same. it's all the same, and a lot of it's scammy shit. It's not even like
It is
don't
all
get
scammy
scammed
shit.
into. Yeah,
Yeah.
it don't even. I mean, there was a guy that I was like following, but I was like, there is something about your eyes that I don't trust. And then when I saw like, he would show up on my Twitter with like an ad saying, take this course and blah, blah, blah. And I remember one time I even responded, I'm like, okay, so you're saying I need to take a course for me to learn how to grow my YouTube in this way when I can watch your video that you posted a month ago on YouTube for free about this very same thing. What are we doing here? Like, it's all just bullshit. And I'm like, I knew this guy was full of shit. I could just see it in his eyes, but I'm like, well, I mean, I guess you got to just do what you got to do. But I mean, when it comes to storytelling, specifically, what you're trying to do and kind of doing like a movie, it's like, I mean, obviously you want to engage the audience, you want to grab the audience, but it's really difficult in the TikTok setting for sure. And like you said, it's not like an easy task to do. And then of course, when you have the results of that instantly, you could look at it and be like, fuck. I mean, look, it's still like people are still dropping out like right here. And it's like, but at the same time, you don't want to mess with what you're trying to tell, at least,
Absolutely. No, it's difficult to like look at the results and it's not what you want. And then wrestle with changing something going forward, which like I'm very much against, but it's so hard to like not think about it. But I mean, it's a useful tool for sure. But I mean, at the same time, if you're making a movie for anyone but yourself, I think you're doing it wrong to start with. So who cares?
Yeah, it's just we're the space we're at right now. But I still like what you're trying to do and doing the episodic thing, because I mean, for somebody like us, I mean, we're gonna watch it because I mean, obviously, I love your work and I wanted to and one of the things I wanted to ask you too is like, well, I mean, first off, like how many characters are going to be total?
I believe it's 21.
So did you just individually just write out like just a descriptive thing? You just kind of just went through and just thought like, okay, this is this character, right? Yep, there it is.
Yep.
Of course. I mean, I obviously got to do the attention to detail thing, but that must have been kind of fun to just kind of do that. And then did you just like go in front of the mirror and start going, all right, this is how I'm going to talk. This is the mannerisms.
I mean, I wrote it as if like I was going to have an imaginary cast. I knew before I started writing, it was just going to be me, but I wanted to write it in a way that it like could be done traditionally. I didn't really even think about or consider what was possible and what wasn't. Like, obviously the little things like, okay, can I physically like make these sounds or physically talk that way? Things like that. But at the same time, it's just like, I wanted to be able to cover as much ground as I could without even considering, oh, I am really doing all this by myself. So at least that's how I did it in the first pass. And like, there were no handcuffs, I think, in terms of like practicality. If I was going to be able to do it, I didn't really care. But I mean, other than like already knowing who these guys were going to be, I think like just writing it was like the most freeing part of all of it, because that's like the first step in doing it. And I thought it was really, it was a good experience. So no, I mean, it's been really fun, and I'm excited to still keep doing it. And that's the other thing is like, I had like probably a month in May when I should have finished shooting all of it. And I'll be honest, I'm not done, which has been really cool, I think, because it's like sort of rolling and nonstop, shooting and editing, and then getting it done on Friday, or before Friday, I should say. So I've been really, really enjoying it, and I'm excited to start to wrap things up here with the last two.
It's definitely one of those beautiful things I've ever seen on TikTok, in the sense of how the framing is done and how vibrant the colors are, particularly your first episode. The difference as you're going through the poem, the past, present, future, at that point, all the different kind of shots that you used at that point. I was like, all I usually see on TikTok, or it's usually someone either face on the camera, or in their car, or like in front of their mirror or something like that. So it's not as I've never would have thought a TikTok short film would be kind of cinematic, and you definitely accomplished that.
Sure. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. But I mean, for me, I think that every single one sort of has its own look. The first one has like a definitely a very much a vibrant feel to it, which I think is ironic because it's like incredibly sad.
Mhm.
And the second one is just like I wanted it to feel like super dull and like just kind of gross, which I feel like is on par with how it's written. And the third one is going to be pretty wild. I don't want to say too much about it, but it's going to be very, very different stylistically than anything you've seen so far. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be cool.
I'm looking forward to it. But so is it just you shooting a lot of these scenes, or do you have somebody else there to like kind of help you out?
Nope, just me. So, but it's good that you mentioned the first one because the camera does move technically.
Yeah.
I have a rig that's over there. And it's from DJI, which is a great company. I love DJI. They make the best like consumer filmmaking equipment there is.
Shout out to DJI.
Shout out to DJI. They have a program on their gimbal called Active Track, and all you do is select. It was like on my phone. You just like select your subject, and it'll draw a little box around you, and then it'll just follow you everywhere you go. So I did that for the cornfield stuff.
That's what I was gonna ask. I'm like, it looked like you had a drone or something.
Oh, so you can actually, I think you can see it in one of the shots, but I was hoping the corn was gonna kind of like eat it up, and I was trying my best to like, I think I hipped it or something, but I had my controller and I did the same thing, same program, Active Track on my face, and then it was just a pull. It was just a pull back, and it was a really long lens on the drone. I was probably like to start like 20, 30 feet away, and it just goes about 100 feet away. So the camera pans up with my face, keeping it center frame. So that was that shot. But the other shot where I like walk out and then sit down, that was just the gimbal sitting on the grass with, again, it tracking me thanks to technology. But yes, so far it's just been me and my camera. I will say there's one shot I'm going to get some help on in the next one, but that's just going to be my dad doing a pan with the tripod because that's how it works for that one. But yeah, that's the only shot where there's assistance. I promise.
Credit where credit is
No,
due.
you've been exposed. You've been exposed. He's not just shooting at himself, guys.
Yeah, I lied.
Heard it here first. Nah.
Credit
No,
where
I was just like, because I know like the whole thing of it was going to be like, it's just you. And that's what it was like, but at the same time, the fact that we're asking the question of like, wait a minute, how did you pull that off by yourself? There's no way. And utilizing the technology that you're utilizing, I figured that there was some technology, but I'm like, there's got to be somebody, if that's a drone shot or something, somebody's got to be operating that. But yeah, that's pretty cool that you're still doing it yourself.
But it brings up a point that, you were talking about earlier, looking at all the analytics that TikTok can give you about it, and going so far down a rabbit hole that you run the danger of letting the data kind of ruin what you're trying to do just to appease for that idea. And that's the biggest thing a lot of people don't understand, and you're part of that, saying, I just wanted to put something out there that's been rustling around in my head for a while, and it's something that means a lot to you, and it gives others the idea of like, how do you start? You just go.
Absolutely.
Put it out there. It's not about perfection. It's not about getting it right the first time, because I'm sure like even from episode 1 to episode 2, you learned a lot.
Sure.
And in the sense of like what you want to do differently than moving forward with the next episodes. And that's the big thing when someone's like, what do I do? It's like, well, you just start putting pen to paper and go. And just put it out there. Even if it one or two people, that's all sometimes it takes is one or two people taking note of it.
Absolutely. No, I think the biggest learning curve thus far has been in the editing process, especially with masking. I've never done a shot that's like, except one time when I was testing it, but where I have like multiple of the same person in one shot, and it's like really hard to do, because as far as like performance goes, like you have to do the scene, and this is just the two. You have to do the scene with both people, or sorry, both characters, and then you have to find the right moments in editing, and then you have to make sure that the exposure and the lighting was the same on both takes, and then you have to color grade it all together, and then you have to mask one out, put the other one there. And it's only been in 2 shots so far. The first one was in the first episode when he goes to throw the AI assistant, and it's the wide shot where they're both standing there. And then the second time was in the second episode, really briefly, with the therapist and him talking. Yeah. But what you don't know is that I actually did the same technique, and I had to do it because this was a mistake that I made. I had to do it like 5 or 6 times in the first episode, because when I went to go throw the assistant, I continued on with the scene after I set it back down in frame, having forgot that it was there. So like in the story, it's already gone. But when I shot it, it was still there. So I had to mask that out and then match the editing. It was a whole thing. So it was actually a little bit of a headache. So that's what makes me a little nervous for the next one. And that's why I'm taking a week off. So the third one comes out, I think the 29th. So not next Friday, not a week from today, but 2 weeks from today. Because there's one shot where there's 5 characters in the frame. So I have to figure that one out. But yeah.
I was going to ask, like how often, what are you editing it on your phone? Or are you editing on a computer and then uploading it to TikTok?
No, I'm editing all on a computer. If I had to do all this on a phone, I'd not.
They drive you insane.
Probably develop carpal tunnel pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be fun. But no, I mean, like when it comes to, I mean, I've done that. Man, I mean, there's a trailer out there I made like 15 years ago where it was an idea I had called for a short film called Sides, where it had to do with like the guy's dark side and light side kind of thing. And I remember shooting it in my room. Like again, this had to be over 15 years ago, and trying to figure out exactly how to put 3 of me in one shot. And it was just basically like putting just like camera on the tripod and filming all 3 angles, not moving it, not even to the point where I turned the camera off. It was just change the shirt, because I just had different color shirts, black shirt, white shirt, and then the main guy is like a gray shirt. So, and it was just trying not to cross the lines of like where I knew where I was like, I had to split it. So then, but then it was like, all right, when I edit it, I can zoom in and pan it. I mean, obviously it's noticeable that I did that, but at the same time, it was just kind of cool where I could just like go back and forth, where it could be like one continuous shot. But then, like you said, one of the hardest things is to make sure the dialogue all matches up. And you kind of got to like have like a sense of, okay. And I think what I did then, and I've utilized this in other instances too, when I've done like a sketch where I've like maybe had me in there as well, is like I'll have my phone and I'll pull out the stopwatch, and when I do the first take, I'll like time it and kind of just see, all right, that's how long it took. So that's, there's just like certain things, and just trying to utilize the stopwatch, writing down like how long things kind of took. So yeah, that's where it's like, that's just like I don't know if that's going to help you or anything like that, but that was just one of the kind of tools I used, was like trying to figure out exactly the time frame and just utilizing the stopwatch and being like, all right, that's how you can kind of sync it up, especially if there's no one else there to help you out. I remember one other time I tried to utilize that, and I had extra help, so it actually ended up working a little bit better. But yeah,
it's definitely better if you have someone like reading to you. 100%. But it's funny you say the stopwatch thing, because I have also done that as well.
Yeah, see? There you go.
It's also useful, but definitely to any filmmakers, if you can have a person read the scene to you, do that because
Yes.
it's so much less of a headache.
Oh my god!
But yeah, no, it's really fun, and I think so far I've only used it as sort of like a reminder or like something to grab your attention. Like, oh yeah, hey, these two characters are talking to each other, and here's proof. But the next one is like, I'm really just sort of not flexing, but it goes in pretty hard as to like, oh wow, this is like really cool to look at. So I think it works as both, but you'll see. I think going forward.
No, I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, I mean, utilizing those tricks. I mean, I remember when I mean, obviously the cinema, people making things where, I mean, it goes back to, I mean, furthest I can think of two people in a shot interacting with each other is like The Parent Trap. I don't know if there's anything before that, but The Parent Trap was one of those movies that really kind of showed that. And that came out in the 60s?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember? Yeah, something like that. And it was just like when people found out, oh yeah, that's actually just one actress playing both. I mean, there's been so many instances, and it's always evolved. And I remember, I think one of the times where, I mean, obviously Back to the Future Part 2, I was so like, man, the way, and when you watch it now, you could see, and I remember you could see where like what Robert Zemeckis did to like utilize what he had to do to cross these lines, these splits, and a lot of things. And it's like, yeah, it could, but at the same time, I'm going, yeah, but this was like in the 80s. Like, these are techniques that I would utilize now if I was trying to make something, because Back to the Future Part 2 is just like, it was just when you first watch it. I mean, first watch as a kid, you just watch it and go, oh my God, this is great. But then when you start getting into how the sausage was made, and you just watch these scenes and you go, man, Robert Zemeckis really evolved the technology where before it was just, okay, long as they don't cross the line, you could have the same actor interact with each other. Perfectly fine, long as the dialogue matched up, you're good. Don't have to worry about anything. But Zemeckis had to be like, oh, they have to touch each other and exchange things. Like Marty has to take off the hat.
Yep.
The one that really fucks with my head still, and I can watch it over and over. It's Marty, 85. Well, sorry, I guess they're all 85 Marty.
Okay.
Back to the Future 2 Marty comes out after stealing the almanac.
Dude.
It's a push.
Yeah.
Biff throws the door open, and it hits Marty 1 in the head and knocks him out.
That shot is so fucking beautiful.
It's
so
insane.
beautiful. Yeah, because you have original Marty, that's what I'll call him. Original Marty, future, like normal Marty, going like, approaching Biff and just kind of going like, nobody calls me, and then other Marty comes bursting through the door, knocks him in the head, and Biff has to react to it. And yeah, that shot to this day, yeah, you're right. That is one of the most beautiful shots right there, because it is pretty damn flawless. Just everything, the timing, the sound design, and it looks painful as fuck too, by the way, because it's just like he gets a shot right to the goddamn chin, and it's just perfectly shot. And to this day, yeah, that shot should be definitely studied, because I don't know how they actually pulled that off.
I saw a video. I can't remember how they did it, because like now how you would do that is like, if you want movement, it would be on like I think it's a Da Vinci, whatever the arm is that you can program movements. You would have to just basically do it twice, one with a double for placement, and then another with your actor to do the movement again.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't remember how they did it. But I saw it a little bit ago. I'd have to look at.
Yeah, but yeah, they do now things is like you can program, like, even like if it's set on a track in a dolly or something like that, you can like program it to just move exactly the same way, and then you could do certain things. But I remember like after, and then of course, other movies did that too, but then it got evolved yet again, and it's a movie that not a lot of people talk about, and I love this goddamn movie, Multiplicity, with Michael Keaton.
I unapologetically love that movie.
Dude, that movie is so freaking good.
I saw someone mention Enemy with Gyllenhaal. That's
Mhm.
also a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one too. That's a good one too. But if you go back and watch Multiplicity, that was when they were. That's Enemy doesn't work unless that works, because this is like mid '90s. This is Michael Keaton literally. I mean, this movie is it's a romantic comedy movie, but it's ridiculous because the dude who clones himself because he's just so busy. But at the same time, there's so many layers to it, because it's not only just is he cloning himself, but he's showing like his different personalities. You got the manly side, you got the feminine side, and then of course one of them clones themselves, and you got the childlike, very just stupid side.
That's my favorite thing. Is like, well, you know what happens? You make a clone, you clone a clone of another clone at that point. They don't come out all right at that point. He loved it. The scientists loved it. He thought it was a great experiment. He gave us a great deal on it.
Yeah. It's like, if you're going to make a copy of a copy, it's not as sharp as, the original kind of thing. I love that. Yeah. But at the same time, there's like, they have to interact. They have to cross each other. They have to touch each other. There's times where they are literally just like interacting. And I seen the behind the scenes of that. It was just kind of, I mean, obviously it's all on stage. There's a lot of, there was a lot of blue screen, and there's a dude just full on in blue, like costumes, where it's like, that's how you do that. And then of course they take the liberties of like, okay, so we're just doing like a still shot, and then we can, in editing, we can zoom in and then move it around to make it look like it's a little bit more. That's where I kind of, that when I try to do my thing, I was like, oh yeah, they did this where it was like a total wide shot, and then they zoomed in, and then they can easily move the camera like as if the camera's moving, but technically it's not. They're just moving the frame. Yep. And that's how I was like, okay, I could do that when I did my thing. Long as I just don't move that much, I can move it back and forth. So, man, I should find that. But it was a lot of fun to do. I just shot it in my room in a night. I was just in my room. My mom was like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you talking to yourself? I'm like, that's the point, Mom. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself. But yeah.
Gilmer mentions The Prestige is another good one.
Prestige is a good one too. Another one that I remember being impressed by too, and it's another movie that people love that didn't get talked. Michael Bay's The Island. Remember when they had to do Ewan McGregor in the same scene? And I remember watching that in the movie theaters going, holy shit, they've really perfected the 2-in-1 shot, because it was like pretty damn flawless. It got pretty damn flawless. And now it's almost second nature. Like it's just when you watch a movie or anything that has to do with like the same character in the twice, it's pretty damn fucking flawless. But when we're trying to do something like you're trying to do something, Jacob, I mean, there's a challenge to it, but it's also it makes it fun, I guess you could say.
Sure.
It could be frustrating too, but fun.
Yep.
Amen to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Totally. I mean, but I always go back to Back to the Future Part 2, and just how it was all pulled off right there. And when you go watch it, and you're just like, man, Zemeckis, how many times has Zemeckis and Cameron really just evolved cinema so much with so many things, and it's just pretty amazing. And then you got Zemeckis. Did you see the trailer for his new movie?
Yeah, that's far out.
Wait, what is it again?
It's
Here. It's called Here.
Yeah.
So the concept, Jacob, is the fact that it takes the camera doesn't.
Yeah. It's literally the same shot, the whole movie.
Yeah, the whole movie is the same fucking perspective.
The same setup.
Yeah, and you're seeing like from the dinosaurs all the way to this house being created to young versions of Robin Wright and Tom Hanks all the way. And I'm like going, all right, is this gonna work? But I'm going, it's Robert Zemeckis.
It's the creativity. We always complain about, there's nothing new about, and it may not work in the sense of connecting with general audience at that point. But I want to see it just to see how it pieces together.
Sure. No, I think that's absolutely insane. But I'm definitely looking forward to that. I totally forgot the name of it until you just mentioned that. But yeah, I have seen the trailer.
Yeah. If anyone can pull it off, it's the guy who did Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
Seriously, you want to talk about how they pulled that shit off. I mean, that's the thing. I almost think that, like, I think we've talked about it before when it comes to animation with live action and the interaction and how they. I mean, obviously it's easier now, but back in the 90s, obviously 80s, 90s, trying to pull that stuff up and seeing the behind the scenes and all the gadgets they had to use and everything they had to use just to pull all that stuff off. And you watch it and you go, God damn, they've, again, it's Zemeckis. It's pretty damn flawless. But, yeah, you almost go, yeah, I can understand why they didn't do a sequel or why there wasn't more, because it seemed like it was a huge pain in the ass. And you have to have a director who is crazy enough and talented enough to really pull that off. You can't just have anybody just do that. You have to have somebody who goes, yeah, I can do that.
I don't think you could do a sequel to that movie now, considering you'd have to get the sign off on both WB and Disney to be like, yeah, you can use...
there's that aspect too, yeah,
right.
Sure.
But like, even then, like that idea of meshing together live action and cartoons in one frame, in and of itself, is just a who would have thought,
well,
right?
I mean, they did do Space Jam, which
I was just thinking
true.
Space Jam.
Yeah,
That was the first one that I thought of, but
yeah, I mean, Space Jam did a good job too. I don't think it wasn't as elaborate as Roger Rabbit, because Roger Rabbit, it was like the whole movie took place in a setting that had tunes in it throughout.
Right.
And when it came to Space Jam, it was like, you know, Michael Jordan gets sucked into the world of animation. So mainly it was all shot on a blue screen, green screen stage, and it was very easy probably to pull a lot more of that off. When you have animated characters that are within a live action setting throughout, and especially a setting that's not modern day, you know, it's like, so there's a lot of aspects of, like, there was so much that was involved when it came to all of that. So Space Jam was great, the first one. The second one was dog shit.
Yeah, no,
dog shit. It was
No.
totally horrible. I remember cringing through the whole thing. I'm like, really? They really fucking okay.
It's funny because, like, I look at Roger Rabbit as an 80s movie, then I forget it's a period piece because it takes place in 1947.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, that movie's a trip. I think the only one that really kind of comes close is that Chip and Dale movie that came out a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It's Roger Rabbit animated Chinatown.
Yeah.
well, if you think animation and film is crazy, I obviously haven't seen it yet, but Coppola is apparently doing stage theater,
right,
together, which I don't know how that's going to work at all.
Megalopolis.
Yeah.
Megalopolis. Yep.
Yeah, because apparently there is a scene where Adam Driver talks to the audience.
So, to my understanding, and this was at Cannes, I think, a man comes into the theater and speaks to Adam Driver's character through the screen. I pity the poor guy who works for Regal that has to do it for the 5th time of the day. I don't know how that's going to work.
They might have a rotating schedule. Who knows?
Essentially, it's going to be like when John Hammond did it in the first Jurassic Park when he had to interact with himself.
Yeah, but it's literally like in the theater. Yeah. And like he fucked that up. So like what happens when the guy who's done it for the 5 times is like, oh shit.
Yeah, does he get a SAG card by doing that?
I know, right? What's the details when it comes to
that? It could be anyone at that point. So
yeah.
That's crazy. Very interesting. Yeah, because I was hearing about that. I mean, everything about that movie, I'm like, I'm there. Like, I want to see. I mean, I love the fact that we have, him and Kevin Costner doing like their own, like, hey, I want to do this and I'm going to fund it as much as I can. I mean, I didn't catch Horizon, sadly. Maybe eventually I still will, but
maybe maybe they might throw that away too.
I know. Yeah. It just kind of sucks because I'm like, man, I should go see it before it leaves theaters. I'm gonna probably try. Maybe I'll even. I know that my dad would wanted to see that movie. Maybe I'll be like, hey, let's go see it somewhere before it leaves theaters. I know they delayed it. In my opinion, when it comes to them delaying, and I'm like, you know what? Let the other one breathe. This part 2 is supposed to come out like 6 weeks after this one. Yeah. So it's like, okay, it didn't make a splash, so spread it out. Put it out in November or December. There's like let it breathe a little bit. Let it get some more VOD looks. But for the most part, what I appreciate and I, no matter what, even if I do watch it at home, but I'm going to try to catch it in theaters, is like the fact that these filmmakers are going, you know what, fuck the machine. I'm going to make the movie I want to make. And I mean, Costner's been wanting to do this movie for over a decade, but Coppola's been trying to do this for fucking 4 decades.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he started writing this thing on Apocalypse Now or something around that time, where he was like wanting to make this movie then. And now he was like, you know what? I'm just going to fund it. I got the funds and we're just going to do it. And the hardest part was just finding distribution, which is, that's a bitch, but I don't know. And then seeing the reactions to people who've seen it, where I saw people just absolutely go, this is a piece of shit. I can't believe it. But then I saw people go, oh my God, this is fucking genius. Absolutely genius. And then I saw people go, I don't know how to feel about it. It could be genius or it could be a dog shit. I don't know. Like, they had to sit with it. And that's the reaction I like the most.
Same.
Is when people are so like, I kind of had, and I want to talk about this to you with you, Jacob, because I know you just saw Longlegs. Now I want to get your opinion on that, because it's just it is one of those movies where you kind of, I've seen some film snobs go, fuck this movie, what the hell is this shit? But I've seen a lot of people go, oh my God, this thing's amazing. And I just love those reactions where you see like kind of like a mixed bag of like people that don't know how to feel about a film. When I read that kind of stuff, I'm like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
I can't wait. Now I'm going in. I'm just going to be like, all right, let's see what happens with this, because I love it when we don't have an overwhelmingly like good reaction or a bad reaction. You get this mixed bag. I just love that. That's what I love about it.
No, I definitely, when I'm like hearing things about a movie, and if I hear like 2 ends of the spectrum, I think that's just the best thing in the world. Because that's how you know a movie is like worth experiencing and talking about with people. But no, that's definitely how I feel about Longlegs as well. I mean, I think the general consensus that I've read and heard is that like it's the scariest movie of all time or whatever. I don't know if I agree with that.
No,
it sucks because like that's how I went into it too. I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to sleep for a week. It was not that scary, honestly. But I mean, sure.
I'm curious. Everyone's got their own. What in your opinion do you consider the scariest movie?
Ooh.
See, for me, it's something like Evil Dead or something like that. That movie. Well, I think I have appreciation because Sam Raimi's first film, and he did.
Yeah.
But there's things that freak me out. But there's like something like, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jacob. But I was just like, one of the things that I remember saw on my timeline recently, which was just a shot from Fire in the Sky. And when I saw it, you guys seen Fire in the Sky?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's a shot of Travis Walton, like when like he's all wrapped up in that shit. He's like, it's like when the fucking drill is about to drill into his eye, and you see that shot of him, and he's just like shaking, and he's got like goo out of his fucking head, and he's just, and I'm just like, I saw that on my timeline. I was like, oh God. I'm like, the last 15 minutes of this fucking movie freaked me out. I mean, that just sticks in my brain of like, and it's a PG-13 movie, which is crazy. And I just remember watching that film. I mean, I think it's overall a great film, just the way that the story unfolds. It's not linear, and because it's all about, hey, they show up to that tavern and their friend is gone. They're all freaked out. It's all, the way it's shot is just, I think it's absolutely fantastic. And then you don't find out what happened to him until the last 15 minutes of that movie. Yep. It's such a buildup to where he finally like has like a breakdown, and then all of a sudden he just like passes out, and you see what happened, and you see the nightmare he went through. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. That was one of the things that sticks out as like nightmare fuel for me.
Sure. No, I think that's the coolest thing about just horror in general.
Yeah.
To me is like, you're not really bound by anything at all.
Yeah.
Which is super freeing. Okay. Scariest. I think this is not, I wouldn't call it like a good horror movie, but it is the movie that scared me the most. It's The Autopsy of Jane Doe. I believe.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen it yet.
I believe it's still on
Heard of
Netflix, but
Okay.
it is
I've heard of this.
absolutely horrifying. So yeah, I would recommend it if you want to
Okay.
get scared.
But when it comes to Long Legs, I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
When I saw people say it's like, scariest movie, but I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah, to me it wasn't scary. It just, I think some people who are saying that it's like one of the, when it comes to scary, I'm like, it's not really scary to me. It's just the whole time you're just filled with like this unsettling, whoa, like, I mean,
Yep.
the way that it starts off. And I loved how what's the director's name? Oz something. I forgot his name.
yeah,
But he starts it off and it's kind of like a cool little way that he shot it. I mean, you see it in like this old filmy, and it's like the aspect ratio is very, yeah. So there's
Oz
time.
Perkins.
What's his name?
Oz Perkins.
As Perkins. That's right. Perkins. I couldn't remember his last name.
Yeah.
So he shoots some of these flashbacks, especially the opening, in like this very, it's very narrow. I mean, it's the aspect ratio is even smaller than fucking Lighthouse. And it's shot very much like you're watching like an old film kind of thing. And then there's times where he utilizes that too. And then there's times where he will show a shot like that, and then it gradually starts filling up the whole frame of the. And I was like, "That's cool. I love that." But scary. I wasn't like sitting there going, "Oh fuck, I'm freaked out." I was just going. First off, I wanted to give Micah Monroe's character a hug.
Yeah,
Because she is so like, you're just like, oh, this girl, like, she just has no friends. It's all about work. Her mom's off,
Mhm.
when it comes to things, and she's just awkward, and you're just kind of going, man, I just want to give you a hug. And then of course things happen where it makes it even worse. And Nicolas Cage just goes to a whole nother level.
hats off to Nick Cage. He's
Dude.
he's awesome. But I think the uneasiness comes from the cinematography,
Oh, yeah.
because every shot when it goes wide,
Yeah.
they frame specifically her in a way, and a lot of horror movies do this, but this movie does it effectively, particularly well, where it's like, what's that behind her? Or they'll like put her next to a window or an opening, and it forces you to keep looking. Like, I think he's right there. Like, he has to be right there. Why isn't he right there? It's that kind of thing. And I think that's why I love horror movies, in the sense that like you can create fear that doesn't need to be there on especially the first viewing. So I think it's really an effective and powerful thing, and the filmmakers did an amazing job with the cinematography, especially.
Yeah, the score works. The score adds like an old time. In what I kept on saying is like the atmosphere of being in Oregon.
Yeah.
During like wintertime. And again, you're just setting up an atmosphere. You're like, all right, it's damp, it's cold, it's not sunny, and it's not current day, it's not present day. This is like, and that adds an element too, because it's not like she can just, oh yeah, let me just look at my cell phone. There's no cell phones, there's no nothing. So it's like, it just adds, and I love it because I wasn't expecting that. You just don't think about that, because it's not emphasized when you're watching trailers. It's like, oh, is this present day? Is it not? But then all of a sudden you're watching and you're going, oh, and they give you, and they don't even tell you the year exactly. I mean, there's mentions of course, dates. It's very significant to the movie, but they don't really talk about years. They talk about one specific one, of course.
Yeah, they give you 1 year.
Yeah, they give you 1 year, and then you kind of go, oh, okay, I could do the math.
Yep.
This is the 90s. And I'm like, that's cool, because they're not force fitting it. There are elements around. What do the cars look like? What do the inside of the cars look like? Nobody's got a cell phone. Oh, there's a picture of a certain person up on the wall of this person.
I want to talk about that so badly.
We could say it. Bill Clinton. It's Bill Clinton.
There's another one.
Oh, I didn't see it. Which one was that?
Nixon.
Was Nixon up there?
Not in the office. He's somewhere else.
Oh.
But it's really like really jarring. And I keep thinking about it, and I'm like, why? And I mean, maybe because it cannot just be to tell you, because it had to have been 74 when you see Nixon, and it's just like, well, why are we doing this? Because like, I know in North Korea every family has a picture of Kim Jong-un, but they have to. Right. But like in this, it's like, are we really required? It's strange. It's really strange. And I feel like there's got to be more to it, and I need to watch it again.
Dude, I can't wait to watch it again. It was like one of those, because there's been many times where I've watched like a horror movie or something like a mind fuck movie where I just, your Midsummer, your Alex Garland's Men, Mother from Aronofsky, where it's like, oh, this was a fantastic movie, very well done. But I don't need to watch it again right away because it was so disturbing where I just go, I can't get myself to watch it again. When it came to this movie, I was kind of wondering, I'm like, is this going to be one of those? No, if you saw my first reaction, I was just going, I want to watch this again, because now that I know certain things, I'm like, now I want to like piece it together and just kind of watch it again. And I know people are going, hey, this is like Silence of the Lambs and 7. I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying. It's like, yeah, it has a sense of that feel, but at the same time, and I don't want to give too much away because I don't want to give away spoilers, but there is a different aspect to it that doesn't quite, at least when it comes to the story itself, where I'm going, all right, there's something distinct though when it comes to this. Like, it's not exactly those movies. I get why people are saying that, but at the same time, I'm like, not exactly. And I even thought about it too, because I was kind of feeling it a little bit, but then I started, because I love, like, 7 is one of my all-time favorite fucking psychological thrillers, and I've watched it so many times, and I'm like, yeah, the comparison's there, but not fully. I could see why, but I'm going, not exactly. Sure. Silence of the Lambs, I can see why a little bit, but not exactly. It's not quite, not where I can say in my review of it going, oh yeah, man, where I'm seeing it on, like, some of the promos and stuff, it's like 7 in Silence of the Lambs. I'm like, I wouldn't exactly put it there exactly. I mean, I get where you're going. It's like an FBI agent, there's a killer, but I don't know. It's just there's a different, it's not quite that. I don't know. Yep.
But no, I mean, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a really good movie, which is, I feel like, something that kind of lacks a lot of times in the horror genre, where it's like, it was so scary. And then they're like, well, is it a good movie? And you're like, well, no, but it's scary. So this is like, I was like pleasantly surprised that it like wasn't the scariest movie I've ever seen, even though people are saying that. It's a good movie, which I really, really appreciated. But yeah, I want to pivot real quick because it's funny you mentioned Aronofsky. I just went to the Sphere, and he did the film for that. Yeah. I don't know if any of you guys have been there yet, but
I have not. Yeah.
Absolutely need to. It is like, I've seen, I think, 10 movies now in 70 millimeter IMAX. This is like way bigger than that. It's not even close.
So when you were in Vegas, you actually saw that wow.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, my uncle took some videos of the thing. I can send it to you if you want, but it's just like, I don't even know how to explain it. I don't know how they shot it. I have a couple ideas, but it's literally 16K, pretty much omnidirectional, depending on where you're sitting. It goes from the floor to behind your head, and everything, regardless of which direction you look, is like crystal clear. And you see some pretty wild stuff. And it's really, really cool. And the story's pretty good too. So I think it's called Postcard from Earth. So if you're ever in Vegas, plan on going to Vegas, make sure you go see the Sphere, because it is ridiculous.
Dude, I mean, I've seen videos of people posting about, I forgot that he made that.
Yep.
And then I've seen, of course, people just going just to witness it. And of course, there's been concerts there, and it's just like, it's absolutely insane. And yeah, one of these days, I've seen the Sphere outside of it.
Sure.
I was in Vegas last summer, And I remember we were actually driving home, and when we were on the freeway, we were like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And we were kind of doing that thing where it was like, it wasn't on because we were leaving it, in the morning. So they didn't have like the outside of it on, but we saw where it was at, and it was like, oh, first off, we were like, why is it there? It should be over here. And it was like,
Yeah.
Anyways, it's like, it's in an interesting spot. Even my brother, like, remember because he goes to Vegas a lot, and he goes, they didn't put it in a good spot. I'm like, well, what could he do? It costs like how many billions of dollars? Jesus Christ.
It's
But
it's connected to, it's on the backside of the
Yeah.
Venetian.
yeah, so it's like not on the strip, it's on like the, it's
Yeah.
behind it kind of thing. So I think that's why a lot of people were just kind of going like, why did they put it right there? And yeah, you kind of go, oh yeah, it is behind kind of all the main strip. You'd think they want to find like a better spot for it, like more closer to like where the freeway is and closer to the strip. But I mean, I'm not an architect or a building planner. They probably are like, this is probably the best place for it, I should say. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much that grows to where in the next decade or so, is there going to be more movies? I wouldn't be surprised if James Cameron goes, all right, the fourth Avatar, we're going to shoot it specifically. We're going to have the world premiere at the fucking Sphere.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's funny too, because my dad is a commercial banker, and he was working with the company that made all the technology for it. It's called Fuse. They're based in LA. They make they rent a bunch of camera and lighting equipment, and specifically like volume technology to Disney. That was like their whole thing that got their company like really going. But yeah, the technology that goes behind even the outside is insane, because when you look at it from afar, it looks like just like a screen, but then you go up to it and it's literally like millions of LEDs that are making an image of whatever the hell they want it to be. And the inside, it's different, but it's like the highest quality screens that you can find, and it's breathtaking to look at.
Dude, I mean, just even watching some like videos of it, I'm just going like, how do you not feel like you're when they're showing shots of like flying around or something like that? It's like, how do you? I mean, even if the seats are not moving, you're probably feeling like you're moving.
No, you definitely are. So the seats don't move, but it's not like 4DX or whatever, but it's as close as you can get probably. So I think what they do, there's a bunch of speakers, but I know, and we were on the first balcony, I think there are speakers under every set of balcony. So for instance, like at one point, like an elephant like walks right by the camera and you feel every step. Yeah. And then they do have like these wind cannons, like where I presume the stage would be when like U2 was playing, or I know the Eagles are playing in the fall. Wherever they would have concerts, there's like wind cannons that go off for different moments. But like there's parts where like if it's shot on like a helicopter or however they did it, or a drone, and when the camera tilts either down or up, it really does feel like you're kind of, especially like over a cliff or something. It's very daunting, but again, it was so cool.
I mean, I can only imagine, because I remember when I saw The Dark Knight on a big, huge IMAX scene. And then, of course, the scene where, the camera goes above him when he leaps off that building in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
I remember my stomach dropping, just going, oh, I was like, whoa, I felt that. I was like, I remember like I turned to my girlfriend at the time. I was like, oh, I felt that. Did you feel that? She goes, yeah, a little bit. I'm like, yeah, that was awesome. It's just like one of those things where you just kind of like, because the screen is just so, it's just so like, I can only imagine what it's like when you're I'm going to definitely have to, next time I make a trip out there, I'm going to be like, hey, I got to like, let's go check this thing out, everybody. Come on. But I would not be surprised if James Cameron, Avatar, who knows, maybe Avatar 3. Maybe he'll be like, hey, let's do this. I just can't see him especially with the technology that and the fact that he keeps evolving stuff. Maybe Robert Zemeckis will utilize it in the future too. I don't know. Just seems like those two guys specifically. I mean, I'm sure other filmmakers would probably utilize it too, but it just seems like James Cameron is probably going, well, we're already freaking doing some crazy shit right here for Avatar. Let's make sure that we have a screening in the Sphere. You know?
Yeah, I would definitely not be surprised. I think it's an amazing technology, and if it's replicable too, I think that's definitely going to be something that Cameron especially would definitely have his eyes on. If there's one going to be maybe in LA, one in New York, Chicago, Miami, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, if it ever expands, is there going to be more of these that get built? I mean, but that's the thing. It's like, I can't even remember when they started building the one in Las Vegas. I mean, had to be like, what, 5 years, 6 years prior?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like this is like something that just goes up in a summer or like a year. It takes so much time. But I just wouldn't be surprised. Like, there's got to be another one that's going to show up, and maybe they already. They probably already have plans to build other ones around the world. I mean, isn't there a mini one? Isn't there a mini one in somewhere else? Didn't they kind of utilize it for Rebel Moon a little bit?
I know that there was marketing on the Vegas Sphere.
Yeah,
on the outside. Which, I mean, everyone's doing that now, because you can just, like, I remember walking up and down and I saw marketing for Severance, the Apple show, like that put up on there. Like, it's pretty. I mean, on the outside, when they're not doing like the whole, I think there's like a smiley face or like show, like promoting the shows that are there. It is basically just a billboard, which is cool and smart, honestly, because everyone's looking at it anyway. So. As far as like another Sphere goes, I don't know if, I would recommend that they do that, but I don't know if there is another.
It was in London. I think there's something. It's not nearly as big, but I think
yeah, I saw that on Twitter.
Yeah, there's like a small type one in London that I think they put the Rebel Moon stuff on there. Yeah, and I think they've, of course, utilized it for something else. But yeah, so. Yeah, there's like a smaller version over there.
Yeah, it's right next to the bridge. It's like a house that they use for like similar. It's just marketing. I don't even know if there's anything on the inside, but
no, there's nothing inside. I think it's all just about the outside. It's not.
You're saying that.
Yeah, that's cool. But then apparently there's going to be UFC. There's going to be a UFC fight in the Sphere too. Has there already been?
No,
I think it's coming up.
I don't think there has been yet, but
yeah.
We were actually, when we were in town, that was for the Pereira fight, and I was like, hey, why not? And we didn't go, but I'm kind of glad we didn't, because like it's such a weird thing, because it's like it's either it's going to go 5 rounds and nothing's really going to happen, or it lasts 30 seconds and someone almost dies, which that's what happened with the Pereira fight. I think it was like 10 seconds into the second round, he like knocked someone out with a kick.
That's the bad thing about going to watch a fight. It's like, I feel you, because it's like you want to go there to witness it, but at the same time, you don't know how long this shit's gonna last.
Yeah.
It's like I'd rather just go somewhere and pay like a fee to get in to watch the fight, as opposed to paying all this money to actually be there and it not being anything exciting or something like that, where it's just it's not, it's kind of not worth it. It's almost worth just like going to some sports bar that has a bunch of people. You pay a little cover fee, you got some food, you got, you're not sitting in a seat, you're not within all that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you on that, where it's like it's not really worth it. Not really worth it.
It just sucks, because I feel like either way you're going to be kind of disappointed in a sense.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we're here for 10 seconds and that was cool, but like, damn. Or it's like, oh, we were here for that long and nothing happened.
Spend all that money in for what, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for someone to get, choked out on the ground. Okay, cool. And you're like, I wanted to come here and see somebody's eye get gouged out.
Yeah.
I wanted to see a full
we go to these fights to see the technicality and all this stuff. And I hear that and I'm like, Really? You go to the fight? I just thought you just went to the fight to see someone get the crud kicked out of them. But
Yeah.
you know, to each their own. I mean, we go to NASCAR to see them take left turns mostly all the time. So
Absolutely. I mean, hey, you're talking to an Indiana boy right here. So I've gone
Yeah.
to 500 the past, like, I don't even know. I think every year of my life, basically.
But there's like an atmosphere when it comes.
Oh,
to
yeah.
that, right?
oh yeah.
There's a total total. I wouldn't mind going to that one of those days. I mean, yeah, I don't watch it. My dad does. My dad got really into it. But at the same time, I'm like, they're just driving in a circle for that. But I can understand being there, especially if you're like on the ground. And I've had friends and family tell me like, oh yeah, when you're on the ground, you can't fucking hear anything. It smells like gasoline and rubber. It's awesome. You're drinking beer. You're just like, fuck yeah. It's just a whole fucking thing. And I'm like, all right, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, we call the Indy 500 the greatest spectacle in racing, allegedly. I've never been to an F1 race before. I would absolutely love to go because IndyCar is like it's like a hybrid in between NASCAR and F1. Yep. It's closer to F1. Usually, and I mean, ever since I've been of the drinking age, I just go to what we call the Snake Pit, and it's like basically a big music festival. It's like a miniature, not what's out there, not Bonnaroo, not Lala, but
out here,
yeah.
Oh, like Coachella.
It's a minute. It's a 3-hour Coachella, basically. So I just do that. Well, I watched the first couple of laps, and we always have a very cool flyover. And then I'm like, all right, cool, let's go get shit faced and listen to music. And then I do that. And then when it's like the last 10 laps, then I go to the fence right at the finish line. And this year we had what they were saying is like one of the best finishes ever. Cannot remember the two names, but somebody pretty much had it. Came down to like the last 2 turns. It was like they went 3 wide, and then somebody took the outside, and then they tried to cut him off, came back in, and it was wild. And he got the lead like on that last turn, right where I was standing. And it was a pretty insane finish. But yeah, Indy 500. If you ever need an excuse, come to Indiana. Check it out. The winner chugs milk. It's great. You'll see it's great people watching too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, that's what I love about Vegas. Oh man. One of the things I love about Vegas, man. I mean, and if I go on the strip, I'm like, let's just fucking chill right here, have a drink, and just watch people. Yep. And you'll see some characters. I love people watching.
Absolutely.
It's the the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah,
It really is. I mean, because it's like, I mean, oh man. I mean, I remember like it was a while ago. Because anytime I went to Vegas, because my dad was in Vegas, so we didn't really go to the strip. We just were like on the, the outside towns of Vegas, which is also fun too, because there's a lot of things to do. But one of the last times I went to the strip during the day, it was just like, hey, let's just walk around and sit and just watch and see what happens. And yeah, you see some fucking characters. But you'll get that in LA as well. I've gotten that same thing where I love it where especially this, next to the Egyptian theater in LA, where of course
the worldwide theater release of Justice League.
There's gonna be that, and then of course Rebel Moon director's cuts.
There we go.
And all that stuff. There's a bar like right next to it when you could sit out, or you can actually look out and just kind of see the life that's happening. It's a good bar too. The last time when I went for Rebel Moon Part 2, great tacos. Jesus Christ. I've been there before and I just had drinks, but the last time I went, I was like, well, I'm hungry. Let me get some of these Barria's tacos, and Jesus Christ, they were so good. And, again, you could just look out and just watch the people, and it's it's LA. So it was just a good time. Jacob, are you going to make it to any of the Rebel Moon stuff or no?
We will. So is it end of the month or is it
not? It's the beginning of August. It's the first weekend of August 3rd. You couldn't make it, huh?
No, I don't think so. But
well, you're busy. I mean, you're making art, so
trying my best. But
Yeah.
and that's the other thing is it's gonna be wild. So I got into art center for grad school, which is great. You know, Zach went there, Larry went there,
yeah,
they went there. So expensive.
of course.
Probably not gonna be able to go. And they've been really helpful and amazing. And I talked to Ross Lamana, who I don't know if you remember from the event that they had out there. He's great. And they've been working me a little bit to try to bring down some of the costs and up the awards and stuff like that. It's just still probably not going to happen. I'm waitlisted at Florida State University, which is like significantly cheaper. State school, other side of the country. It's a great program. Barry Jenkins, who did Moonlight, he went there. They have an amazing group of alumni. So again, yeah, that's probably my first choice. I'm waitlisted, and I'd love to get in and go. But the other thing is like, and I've talked to a bunch of people in the past couple months since graduating, and like, they're not going to teach me anything that I don't.
That's what I was just about to ask. I was like, do you really need to go there?
I mean, listen, no.
I love how you did the Zack Snyder thing. Listen,
sorry, yeah,
I love it. No, I love it.
At the same time, I'm guaranteed something in the film industry more than like coming right out there.
That's a lot of places. It's the networking, it's the connections, it's where you can, like you said, the alumni. What can they put you in? And that's where you go for.
Sure, and I mean, I went to a school that's known for alumni. Unfortunately, not for filmmakers. I'm to my knowledge, in the 4 years that I was there, I'm the only filmmaker that was there. They're known for like pre-law, pre-med, that type of thing, but it's still a great school. At Wabash College. If you go to the Princeton Review and look up like best alumni networks on there, I think they're number 2 right now, or maybe number 3 now, behind Notre Dame and Harvard. So great school, maybe not so much for film. And I've talked to a bunch of alumni, and people are great. I'm just trying to find my way. And if it's moving to LA, and I keep talking to people, and they're like, "Hey, move to LA, find your own way." If that's what it's got to be, that's what it's got to be. And I feel like I'm more than prepared to do something like that. It's just like tough. We'll see how it goes. And I mean, and the tricky part is like, out of all the applicants that applied to all the grad schools, I've probably made more than they have in terms of actually doing the work. A lot of these guys and girls have never tried to make a movie before. They just want to do it. And that's probably been the most frustrating part about the journey, because I applied to USC, which is like the best film school in the country, and they got back to me rather quickly with a firm no, which is fine. But it's like, what more could I have done? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just waiting for the right opportunity, the right person. Like, I will bring a person like Zack Snyder coffee every day if I have to get my foot in the door, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So
absolutely,
I'm just looking for the next opportunity, and I have a feature ready to go. And a part of the plan, maybe not plan A, is if Florida State doesn't work out, or if an opportunity out west doesn't work out, I'm going to try to crowdfund my feature and get it going, and then make it, and then hopefully someone likes it. So that's part of my plan. So we'll see how it goes.
No, I mean, you have the talent. You have the talent. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, ever since the one man show, and when you first came on here to talk about that, and we raved about that. What's that?
Thank you.
It was phenomenal.
Oh yeah, it was great. It was great. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, and even what I said at the beginning, I mean, like, I mean, one of the things that I love, and that I can have the platform to bring on people, is just like, hey, you know, you're making something, you're passionate about it, whether it's a fan film or it's your own original project. I'm like, I'm all about it, you know, and everybody has their unique spin, and I'm like, you know, let's talk about it. Let's see. And I'm not sitting here going like, hey, this kind of sucked or that kind of sucked. I'm like, no, I get you didn't have resources. Just tell me a story and with the resources that you have. But when it comes to you, man, I'm just like going, Jesus Christ, like some of your shots and stuff, and just even talking about even recently with Reverie, it's just the fact that it's like when I was going, is it just you that's doing this? You know, and like you're utilizing the technology to accomplish this. And the fact that you have already told the fact that you're like, hey, this is just me and a camera. So that's what I love about this new project is the fact that it's like, it's not, you don't have the crew like you had or actors and everything like you had with previous projects. You're just like, all right, I'm just going to do this myself and let's see if I can pull it off. I'm doing it. I'm acting. And I think it's going to do well when it comes to your filmography or your resume, I guess you could say. So that's where I'm just kind of going like, you need to pay all that money for film school. Fuck that shit. I'm like,
I mean,
Tarantino that shit, man.
Look at how Mike Myers developed Wayne's World. That started out as a bit character he did way back when. You know, that's what it sounds like to me. Anyway, it's very reminiscent of that. Honestly, dude, like the way you're charting your path, you got a good head on your shoulders. You know exactly what you're doing. You know what you want. You have your plans. You have your plan A, plan B, and even a plan C, all the way to Z. Like,
heck, some of those people don't even have what they would consider to be even a plan A. It's more of a 0.05 plan.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know we're giving you like, some good ego homers right now, but I'm just saying, like, no, but I mean, it's true. Like you do have like this talent. I mean, I think you've just taken a lot of things in and a lot of styles in, and you've accomplished to the fact where it's like, all right. I mean, I get it. I mean, I totally get it. I mean, if you get accepted to a film school and you can totally pull that off, go for it, because that's always going to be, you're going to learn more. You're going to have that on your resume, and that's always going to be like a great thing. But even at the same time, if you can't do that, I mean, just keep trugging along. And like you said, when it came to, and that's what I loved about when you announced this new project and you were just going, I'm going to, you basically said like, hey, I'm going to do something that's never been done before. And I loved that promo video. I mean, I even loved how you shot it because you had your laptop kind of in frame, but of course it was like blurred out. I don't know. I even liked the way you framed that. I'm like, this guy knows how to frame a fucking shot. Watch the promo for Reverie. It's just like, and the fact that you were just like, yeah, it's gonna be something that's never been, and then you kind of even joke like, maybe it's not gonna be anything, but hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm gonna do it like this, and I'm like, yeah, that's the way to do it. And even if it you don't have instant gratification, you never know. All of a sudden, like you keep pushing, you keep doing stuff, and then all of a sudden, shit just like starts blowing up, and you go, oh wait a minute, people are going back to that. What? I don't know that. So I think what you're doing of trying to utilize whatever platforms that are out there like TikTok and Instagram Reels and whatever you need to do, you just never know who's going to end up looking at it. There could be some fucking producer just scrolling through late at night after taking, snorting a bunch of fucking whatever the hell and drinking something and just laying in bed all wide awake at 3:00 in the morning going, whoa, look at this. You just never know. It's just such a different space now where there's so many things to put out content, and you just never know what could happen. But yeah, just keep trugging along, dude, because you definitely have the talent.
Well, I appreciate you guys.
I don't know if this is a great comparison, but I'm just kind of brought back to how Josh Trank landed the whole Chronicle gig. He got that by doing a YouTube short film called Leia's Birthday Bash, and that's how he landed Chronicle. Because apparently the next day or two, his emails were just flooded with people from Fox, Lionsgate, et cetera, and that's essentially how he got it. And I feel like Jacob, you're on that similar path, but you just update the context to our times. We're in the age of TikTok, we're in the age of Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and you're just kind of piecing this thing together via TikTok. And I feel like that's kind of the next step of, where are these next generation filmmakers going to come from who are going to do something to maybe push the envelope and show their perspective in terms of what they can do with the craft. And I feel like, if anyone's a good example of it, it's you, my guy.
Damn. Well, I appreciate you guys. God, that's really kind of you.
No. I mean, I know, like, and we're totally just, blowing you right now. But I'm just saying, I'm like, but it's true.
It feels
like,
great. So don't stop.
Yeah. No, I love that. I know, and I love the fact that just take it in because I mean, I want to see you thrive. That's why when you announced the project, immediately when I saw the TikTok, I was like, oh shit, he's got something new going on. And I remember you even talking about like future projects. I know you're constantly just like coming up with stuff. So that's why I hit you up. I'm like, hey, let's talk about this because I want to get your shit out there and just like, put it out there because like I said, you're just super, super talented and I just want to get more eyes on it. That's why it's like, guys, check it out. If you have a TikTok or just click the link, even if you don't have a TikTok, it'll take you to somewhere, but watch some of what he's doing right now. And there's plenty more to come. So yeah, it's right there. Link to the chat, pinned to the chat, guys. Check it out, please.
That's why you're the man, Dave. All right, I'm gonna go hit the head. I'm gonna get let's talk some DC when I get back, maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna talk some DC. We're gonna talk some things. Yeah. Go for it. Yeah, but no, it's good stuff. But yeah, that's what I love about doing this stuff. I mean, even like when we had Luke Harris on, that's one of the things that I really like to emphasize when it comes to the Vodka stream. When people, and there's even, there's people that hit me up or like, hey, I got this project. I'm like, yeah, you know somebody who has a project who is making something and doing shit, send it to me and let's fucking talk about it. I love it.
It's all about paying it forward and getting everyone at least a little bit more exposure. Because again, like we keep on saying to everyone, I've said it probably almost every time you've had someone on here. It's like just takes one person, one person to get it in the hands of someone else, and that's what it's going to take for Jacob. It'll take that for any of us.
That's what I love. I'm like, anytime that somebody has a project, no matter how, even if if it's whatever quality it is, I don't care. But I'm like, show me it. All right, let's talk about it. I get it that nobody has resources. I've made short films myself, and it could be a pain in the ass. And when I go back and look at it, I'm like, that could have been so much better, and blah blah blah. But at the same time,
look what you can do with an iPhone in a driveway. I mean,
jeez,
or just an iPhone and a gimbal in general, right?
Yeah,
dude. I mean, I'm telling you. I mean, like nowadays, it's like there's so much shit, so much junk out there. But see, one of the things I love doing, is scrolling through YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reels, even seeing like when people post their content, it's like, when they get creative with how they post the content and using like different means and stuff like that. I mean, it's not easy to like grab people nowadays. I mean, I guess it can be with certain styles and stuff like that. I mean, obviously when I post clips, I try to be like, all right, get it out there, be as, snappy and this, that, and this. It's not as easy when I'm like doing a live stream and then I clip it out because, if I can plan a clip, be a lot easier. I mean, maybe one of these days I'll like more approach that where it's like, okay, if I make like a short or a 30-second clip or a minute clip, it's like, I could easily just like take the time and be like, do this. But I'm like, nah, it's not organic. See, me, I like to be more organic when it comes to all this stuff. That's why I'll even clip things from the Vodka stream where I'm like, oh yeah, that was a good conversation we had. Let's clip that out, show reactions. I mean, I think even the last one we talked about was like when Andy was like, hey, share the screen when it came to Superman memes from the set.
Yeah.
And, we were showing the different ones. And I don't know if you guys saw that clip, but it was just kind of cool to be like, we were all just kind of just like, going through that. And then, of course, we got Phil's reaction from like, Peacemaker showing up and Phil has a reaction. I'm like, oh God, it's just like shit like that. It's just like, I love that because it's so organic because it's like, It's just shit like that, and I love it when we
funny.
can find those little moments. Yeah, it's little funny moments like that.
People would consider my reactions passive aggressive. Now that you mentioned that, it's too funny.
But it's fun. That's why I was like,
you.
Yeah, because like I was trying to figure out. I was like,
cancel Phil. He hates gun.
He hates him so much. But I was like, I remember I wrote down a time stamp for that, but it was for something else, and I was like, man, that's not working. But then I was like, oh yeah, we talked about little memes. I'm like, I don't know, that could be a little clip. And then sure enough, it turned into a nice little fun clip. So, it's just, you got to find certain things when it comes to that. But we also, hey, Mr. Brad showing up right now.
Hey, Brad.
What's going on, man?
Hashtag blame Brad. He's here.
Oh yeah. That's we all know from the Sci-Fi Center, whatever ailment is happening in the world at all times is my fault. So
always, it's always your fault, Brad. And if it's not your fault, it's my fault.
Well, apparently I did actually get the stream. We did apparently get a copyright strike because I played a couple of trailers, even with sound off last night.
You got a copyright strike even with the
or we got like the stream like blocked or something. It's like I'm sure William's
which trailers?
It's a couple I wanted to do some watch parties for because I have to surf through the Cat in the Hat tomorrow because everybody wants to suffer.
Poor you.
Exactly.
Cat in the Hat. I mean,
do you want to go back to Scary Movie? I hear you like.
We were just talking about Mike Myers.
Yeah.
It's pretty fitting.
Because every time I mention something I don't like on the stream, they're saying, "Oh yeah, okay, we got to do that now." Because
you got to stop doing that, man.
Yeah, I need to stop doing that.
How can we torture Brad some more?
Yeah, even by the listen, even by the standards of Scary Movie, I would gladly watch any one of the Scary movies again over Cat in the Hat. Cat in the Hat, Mike Myers' Cat in the Hat. That's one of the worst movies I've seen in my life.
Cat in the Hat or Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Oh God.
Oh God. Oh man, that's a tough one. I still probably would take Mortal Kombat though. Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Okay, let me know. I will watch that with you. I will watch that with you. How's that sound?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I mean, again, it's just vintage Hollywood because The Grinch Who Stole Christmas worked. It worked.
Yes.
So why did it work? Oh wait, because you had Ron Howard directing, and you had Jim Carrey starring. Yeah. So then they're like, all right, we have to capitalize and emulate that. Let's get Mike Myers, and I don't even know who the fuck directed it. But they were trying to be like, oh, we have a new thing here, and then you watch it and you go, oh my God, this is like a very long, overly like thought out Saturday Night Live sketch.
Yeah, with Austin Powers, that's among the millions of problems with it. It's a Dr. Seuss story where they just plug nothing but like Austin Powers jokes into it.
Yeah,
I mean I don't know how that got by less than a PG-13.
It was probably like Mike Myers agreed to do it if he could like do that. I mean, that's the thing. It was like Mike Myers probably had a lot of things where he was like, well, if I'm going to do this and sit in the makeup chair and get all the prosthetics and everything on for that long, you got to give me this and this and this. And they probably commented that. But not even as much as I love Mike Myers, let's face it, he's not going to put out winners all the time. We all saw The Love Guru.
Oh God.
Did we know? Did we?
Yeah,
no,
I saw it.
No, this guy didn't. This guy didn't.
I saw it in the theater, and it's as bad as you've heard.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was one of those things where Mike Myers was trying to be like, all right, let's get away from the Austin Powers stuff. I got a new character. Let's try this, and it was so bad. Bad.
And that's why we have Shrek 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, well, exactly. Literally, because it was. Well, no, it was so bad. Like, what was the last thing that wasn't Shrek related you saw Mike Myers in?
That's exactly my point.
Yeah, The Love Guru. Oh no, he wasn't in Glorious Bastards.
This is true.
As like a random. I remember just like when I watched that, I remember at first I was like, I didn't think twice, and I went, oh my God, that's Mike Myers. It's like, Mike Myers is in this movie. What the fuck? And I was like, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, well, good for Mike Myers. He decided to be in a Quentin Tarantino crazy fucking,
He also, fittingly enough, has a cameo in Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yep, that's
right. He does.
Yeah. You're right. Oh yeah, he was. I remember it was like famously like the one who said that we
have to
Queen
play
will never ever.
World.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was a good cameo. I love it.
Yeah, I liked it overall. Yeah, I like Bohemian Rhapsody overall. I mean, yeah, I mean that's without getting into like where anyone stands on like the the historical veracity of it. This is a biopic. I thought it was pretty good, and Rami Malek absolutely just killed it as a Freddie Mercury.
I still need to watch that. I'm disappointed in myself I haven't, because I like Queen quite a bit, so I really should sit down and watch
definitely
that.
Gotta watch it. And by the way, Brad, meet Jacob, Brad. I don't know
nice
if
to
you
meet
guys
you.
met each other. Yeah.
I've just within the last like 3 weeks or so just been on the Vodka stream. So nice to meet you, man.
There you go. So, thank you, Brad, for joining. We're talking about check out Jacob's projects that he's done too, by the way. And we've been just kind of raving about his talents for the last hour and a half. So, but it's all true. It's all great stuff. So, and then of course his new project that's happening right now episodically, and then of course we got the whole thing that's coming out. So how long do you suspect, Jacob, that the whole thing's going to end up being, like, when you get it whole? But you haven't edited everything yet, so you probably don't have the
So I think the first one is just north of 4 minutes 40 seconds. Second one is about 4 minutes. I know for a fact the third one is going to be the longest.
Good.
I would clock it at and don't quote me, but I think around 7 or 8 minutes. And then our epilogue is probably around 5 or 6. So what's the math on that? maybe 30 minutes in total.
Yeah, probably about a 30-minute one. That's cool. No, that's a good little short film right there. Especially with what you're trying to do with it. But and I mean the last filmmaker I had on who did a fan film was Luke Harris. I don't know if you saw, Jacob, he did a Red Sun Superman.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Just kind of stuff like that, where it's like this is like his first time kind of delving into it. I mean, he's had the idea and did all the stuff, and then when you watch it, I mean, I was like mesmerized by, like, wow, like, how did you pull this off? And he's like, I had a budget of this, which I think it was about 25 to 30,000 that he had.
Good.
I mean, it's just like it was like, how did you? I don't think we got into details of like how he funded that, but I'm like, hey, good on you for getting that fundage. I mean, that's got to be one of the things that's difficult too when it comes to stuff like this, is like, how do you fund this kind of stuff? You got to fit that in there, and you got to fit that, people are taking, I mean, what's kind of nice too, and I'm sure you've had this too, is like people just take time, friends, family, or whatever will take time and be like, you're not going to have to pay them or anything like that. They're going to be like, hey, I'm going to help you out. So they're going to value the time. But then also at the same time, because I've done this before too, and I've made short films like in the past, where it's like, you don't want to waste their time, and you don't want to like, hey, can you come back and shoot this one scene? It's like, you don't want to like, you want to get it there when they're there, so you don't have to. I mean, I remember I made this poker short film, and somebody referred me to because I was like, I need a female at this table that is this character. I've wrote this character and I need this. And then somebody referred me to this aspiring actress, and she showed up and she nailed it and she was great. But I needed her to come back because we didn't get it all. We couldn't get her on the phone again because I think she realized, oh wow, this is not super professional. I was like, well, I don't know who told you what. It was just like, I know it wasn't going to be
for not having craft services there, Dave.
I know.
If you had craft services, that would have sealed the deal.
Like a spread of salami and cheese and.
Have you ever released that, man?
What's that?
Have you ever released that?
No, I haven't put that one out. I have other things that are out there somewhere, but I don't think I've released this one out.
But it's funny. I think you told me about that last time. Chapter 3 of Reverie actually has a significant poker element, so that's cool. You might like it. There's a big poker sequence. But back to what you're saying about just like getting your friends to do so. Like that's for sure like how it started. And then like once your ideas become a little bit bigger and more ambitious, you kind of have to lose that. But then like at the same time, wearing out of all the hats you have to wear as like an independent filmmaker, just doing your own thing, the producer hat is by far the most uncomfortable and not fun to wear, because you have to like budget, and you have to make the phone calls, and you have to like figure things out. It's a very eye-opening experience. But like if I were to do something like a one-man show again, or like when I do my feature, when I'm going to do that, I'm definitely going to have someone with me to be like a more of a producer role. That way I can focus on, the creative things, because figuring all that shit out is like my least favorite part of the whole
it's a whole job. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, that's why they have producers, because like the director is supposed to just be, supposed to answer all the questions when it comes to the production and what, the lines and the tone and everything like that in the camera and stuff. But the producer is supposed to be the one that goes, we got to get all this together for the director.
Sure.
If you're acting like both, you're going to, and the bigger the project, you're going to just go and fucking insane. I mean,
crazy.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, like, just even with my little knowledge of trying to put things together in the past, it's like, man, when you're trying to act as everything, it's not and then especially like, again, even when you're dealing with friends and people that are just participating on their own goodwill, not an easy task either. I remember when I was trying to shoot this poker movie, I was like, all right, we're gonna do it at my good friends, like my one of my best friends, Kyle's house, because it's like the way like he had this open living room, and it's like we could put a poker table right here under this lighting, it would be perfect and everything. And then the first night we were gonna do it, we were gonna start shooting, he was gone, he didn't show up, he wasn't answering his phone. And it was just kind of one of those things where we're going to do something. And then, of course, he shows up way late, and it's already like, we're done. We're not going to do anything tonight. And I remember just being so fucking like pissed. Like, dude, I told you about this and this. And I was like, we were supposed to shoot at this time. You were gone. You didn't answer your phone. And it was just like one of those things. And I mean, he felt bad, but then I'm like, okay, but what were you doing? And it was just like one of those things. Eventually, we ended up another night just getting most of it at one time. But again, just going back to like having like that aspiring actress, and I couldn't get her back. So then I had to rearrange the story, because, the story was like each character is like has their time where they go all in and then get out of the game. It's like it's a poker game that has this whole murder mystery kind of thing where everybody's linked up, and somebody is like, not like a murder mystery, but more of like there's somebody that is controlling the whole thing, that has a connection that has like caused murders through like every character kind of thing. So it was like, okay, so I when I wrote the script, it was like, all right, this person goes out of the game first, this part, and then of course there's like the whole thing of like the reveal of like, there's like maybe this character is hidden throughout the game, like he's actually in one of these characters, like, that's the whole concept. So like I had her go out second in the game, but since she didn't come back in the for another night, I had to like rearrange it to like make her go out first. So I had to like redo the kind of like the script a little bit, and then re-edit it, or edit it to where, she goes out first of the game. And then
I gotcha.
Yeah. I'm sure you know what that's like, where it's like, take those.
The first time I like made a movie, basically, I was 17, and we shot it like at 2 a.m, 2 different nights, like in this intersection in the middle of my hometown. And the second night we show up, and one of the main characters got a haircut, and I was like, why did you do that? He's like, what do you mean? Like, why does that matter? And I'm like, well, dude, like,
analyze what you just said right there, and
we had to
sit
shoot
back.
every shot that he was in. We had to shoot that over again, so that was fun. That was like the first time I experienced like a what the fuck. Cool.
What is it
Yeah,
about
but-
reshoots? They always involve hair continuity issues.
Dude, you know what? One of the things that I notice the most, and it's like I always call it like it is kind of a curse, but it's also not at the same time. Is like I notice hair in every movie that I watch. I'll just notice the hair, and I'll point out, and I pointed out to numerous people, ex-girlfriends, friends. I'll be like, "See his hair right there? See how it's different?" And they're like, "No." I'm like, "Well, okay, let's rewind it back to this scene. See his hair right there? Look at his hair right there." And I'm like, this was reshot, and I'll like show that. I'll ruin movies for people.
Well, sometimes
because of that.
sometimes it's just so obvious, like I don't know, like hair like on this part of the face that's
Oh, yeah, there's
magically
that.
gone.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
one that I think the first time I ever noticed anything like that when I was a kid, it was in Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom when they're escaping the temple, and
Oh,
they're
yeah.
and when they're in the minecart chase, and
Mhm.
Indy, it's like he just suddenly just has like basically like a 5 o'clock shadow they didn't have like like 10 minutes earlier.
Yeah. That's got to be one of the hardest things is hair. Got to be one of the hardest things to keep the continuity wise, because you just can't control hair, and you obviously they do a really good job. And I think like when it comes to bruises or scrapes or blood or something like that, that's very easy to obviously do because they just take a bunch of pictures and they match it every day. But man, when it comes to hair, that's got to be one of the hardest things, because I'll notice, especially if there's somebody like who has hair like me, who's just all fucking crazy and spiky everywhere. You'll notice like, oh, even like in like a shot where it's just two characters just exchanging dialogue. Sometimes I'll just be like, when it goes back to the coverage shot of this dude who had like crazy hair, I'm like, oh, it's different. Oh, that's a different day. I'm like immediately, I'm fucking Leo DiCaprio in Once Upon a Time. I'm like pointing, I'm like, his hair's different. I could tell his hair is different. I mean,
And that's when you tweet out the thing. That's why this movie's terrible, and you shouldn't see it.
But that's the thing. I don't think I'll never like do that. But at the same time, I'm like, I just noticed, like, I mean, and I just go, man, I almost appreciate the filmmaking process more, because it's so hard to just try to be like doing that. I mean, I can only imagine, especially, I remember specifically like in Ocean's 11, there is a shot because Brad Pitt is always fucking eating.
Yep.
In those movies, that's
He's
like
the
his
best.
thing.
He's the best food actor in the world.
Totally is. Totally is.
He eats in every single movie.
It's
that he's
in
in.
it. It's got to be in his contract, right?
I can't wait to see him while he's
driving.
driving the F1. At that point, was just popping some, Raisinets or something,
But
Yeah, and
there
it's
is,
always like finger food too. Like
Yeah.
Moneyball is the one that comes to mind.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's
Popcorn
like a Twinkie or some shit
or
or
whatever.
yeah.
Oh yeah, or the Twinkie, and he just stuffs the whole thing in his face. He's like,
Yeah.
I'll talk to him.
It's almost like it's in his contract. But there is a scene in Ocean's 11 where he's like eating shrimp, and
Yep.
there's a shot where he's holding like the glass, like the cup, and he's eating it, and then it like closes in on him and Matt Damon, and it's a plate. So somebody really fucked up when it came to at least that. It's like it's if you don't see it. I mean, they did a good job of editing around it, but if you really pay attention, it's when Matt Damon and before Julia Roberts comes down the stairway, and he's eating shrimp, and the far shot shows him holding like the cocktail glass that has the shrimp in it, and then when it closes up, it's a plate. So it's like at that time, I just go, how do you fuck that up though? Because that's like literally two different dishes, And I'm like, but at the same time, hey, it just happens. Things just get fucked up, and then when you see it, I can only imagine like within editing, like how because I've done that where I'm like, fuck, like the editing is like this part is just off, and it's like there's nothing you could do about it, so you have to edit around it, and you have to do your best job. And sometimes that's the funnest part, is like trying to. It's like a problem. You're trying to solve a problem through editing, and I love editing so much. So even like when there's times where I've done like the stupid little sketch, or even like when I've edited a clip or something, I'm like, see, I didn't stop talking right there to lead into this. How do I just splice it? And that could be fun.
I saw it's a good one, which is weird to say. The other day, if you look at USS Indianapolis scene in Jaws.
Oh, one of the best scenes in Jaws. Yeah.
The first half of the scene, Robert Shaw is absolutely shit-faced. But like,
oh yeah, yeah.
and then like,
they all
I
are.
don't know if Spielberg wanted to go back and like maybe tie a bow to the scene or whatever, but they came back at a later day and shot the scene when he was sober. So like the first half, he's like, I mean, obviously the character is drunk, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that he had no problem with that at all.
I think
but
he wrote that himself too, didn't he, Robert Shaw?
he wrote a lot of the speeches.
Yeah, a lot of the lines that he was talking was just him just spitballing.
But there's a cut where it goes from, I think, like a wide to, or maybe a tight to something even closer, or maybe it's like a reverse or something. But and you can't really notice it when you're just watching the movie, but if you look at it, like he's not drunk, really.
Yeah.
But I think that one was like really, it's not like a bad continuity error or anything. It's just cool to like look at. And that's what I love about all of Spielberg's movies, is that there's always little nuggets like that everywhere. No matter what.
There's little nuggets like that. I remember one of the things I was watching a long time ago. I was watching the Chasing Amy commentary with Kevin Smith, and he mentions that they're like the I don't know if you guys who's seen Chasing Amy here. But the scene where Ben Affleck's character Holden realizes that Alyssa is gay, and when they initially shot that, they like Kevin Smith didn't get a full-on coverage shot of Ben Affleck and his reaction. So they shot it probably, I think he said like 6, 7, 8 months later. And when he goes like, if you see that shot right there, that is post Armageddon Ben Affleck, where he lost 25 pounds. He is noticeably skinny right there. And it's like, oh shit, yeah, because like, when this was when Ben Affleck was still just trying to find his footing. And then I think it might have even been longer than what I even said, but like Kevin Smith needed that shot. So Ben Affleck came back and they did some kind of version where they got that coverage shot, but Ben Affleck is like 20 to 25 pounds lighter with the coverage shot because he lost a bunch of weight and got kind of ripped for, Armageddon after Armageddon. And it was just kind of funny. It was like, just because Kevin Smith needed that shot, that coverage shot that he didn't get, they reshot it. And it was like a lighter Ben Affleck. And it's just like, you wouldn't notice that unless Kevin Smith pointed that out. You would not, unless you had like a very keen eye of something like that, you would not have noticed that at all.
Yeah, you get a lot of that during pilots, because pilots are filmed months before they get greenlit, and so you get a lot of that where either someone loses weight, someone's got a different hairstyle.
Dude, one of the I don't know if anybody's seen this movie. This is like, rest in peace, Chris Farley. Anybody seen Almost Heroes?
Ages ago, yeah.
Yeah,
Matthew Perry too, right?
Yes. So if you watch that movie, and this is like I was very, I was into Friends, because Matthew Perry played Chandler in Friends, and if obviously rest in peace him. I mean he was like one of my like comedy idols when it came to growing up. He went through some shit like when it came to addiction, obviously. And when it came to probably the third season of Friends, he got really skinny because he was very much, he was on speed. And when they first started filming Almost Heroes, they started filming when he was still very much in that period in his time. So there are shots in Almost Heroes where he is noticeably really thin, especially at the end. It's so weird. They shot the end first. Because I remember when I watched it as a kid, I just was like, oh, this is great, whatever. But then when I watched it as an adult, I remember just going, holy shit. Like when it came to the end, I was like, dude, all of a sudden Matthew Perry just lost like 30 pounds. Like what? And the wig looks very weird on him. I'm like, whoa. And yeah, they like shot the ending of the movie first. And then Matthew Perry went to rehab, gained weight back. And then for most of the movie, He's just normal looking Matthew Perry, but it's so jarring because it happens within like he's like holding a sword to like somebody, and then it cuts to the guy, cuts back to him, and he's a different person. It is so jarring. It is so crazy, but they didn't want to reshoot the ending, probably because of budget and all that stuff. So like the rest of the movie, he's just rail thin. The wig looks ridiculous. It's so noticeable. It's so crazy. And I'm like, man, they just like, yeah, I get it. They don't want to reshoot the ending because it's the ending of the movie. So it's going to be the most expensive. They're not going to do that, but they shot that first. But I can't even imagine like, oh, wow, they had to stop production. He went to rehab probably for about 3 months, gained weight back, and then shot the rest of the movie. You know, it was just kind of crazy. But yeah, if you pay attention, you watch that movie again, just watch it and you'll notice that it's like crazy.
One that always really stood out to me was in Fan Four Stick from 2015. Kate,
oh god, the wig, wig,
Kate Mara's wig,
yeah,
that sticks out like a sore thumb,
dude. I mean, like a poor, what's her name?
Kate Mara.
Kate Mara.
Well, that whole movie was a shit show.
Well, I mean, I thought
cinema.
I thought part of it was like, I see where you're going for Josh Trank.
The thing was good.
But when the wig is and like she's literally almost wearing like Jessica Alba's hair from the original Fantastic Four movie.
She is.
In that movie, it is so noticeably like blonde and sticks out like a sore thumb. I mean, but then again, I mean, we saw that with Justice. I mean, we saw that with Ezra's hair. We saw that with
Henry's.
Well, I mean, Cavill's face. I mean,
and ironically enough, we actually kind of see that, but it's not really a continuity error in Zack Snyder's Justice League in the nightmare scene at the end, because you can clearly see that Ben Affleck's face is thinner inside of the cowl. And the thing about that is
even with the Martian Manhunter scene, he's noticeably thinner.
He's so skinny.
Well, I even thought that you could have like a continuity explanation for that with the Batman the Nightmares, because the Nightmare is a post-apocalyptic scenario. So I always thought the way you can explain that story-wise is it's the end of the world. Eating. Yeah, you can't just go just grab a burger or anything. It's like he's lost weight for food scarcity.
I thought that, I mean, but for the most part, like even like when he does the Martian Manhunter scene that they reshot, I mean, yeah, he's noticeably skinny, but I mean, I thought they did a pretty damn good job of like, he still had the good stubble. Obviously, it's a wig that Affleck wears because his hair is not that straight.
I can't believe that's really a hairpiece.
They did a really good job.
They did. Yeah.
I don't think you notice it in BVS, but there's a couple moments in Justice League where it's like, oh yeah, okay. But I mean, it's a good wig, honestly.
Yeah,
it fits his head so like perfectly. Like it's a good hairstyle. I don't know who made that choice, but that's like probably like the most Bruce Wayne hair we've probably seen.
Especially when in the Nightmare Dream when Superman takes off the mask and he flips his hair up. I mean, I always love the memes when like people like do that in slow motion. I'm like, I mean, it's good. It's good. I mean, it's I love that scene because it's just like, when he just rips it off and he just flips his head up and he's just like, it's like, yes, I don't know, but I love it. I saw like a video where they put the George Michael song. The saxophone. I am gonna dance again. I mean, it's just like it was perfect for that because it was like in slow motion and stuff like that. I'm like, I love that kind of stuff. But it's good. I mean, that's the thing. It's just there's no explanation of why the makeup around the eyes just vanishes.
I mean, Batman Returns, that's the worst continuity error of all time. when he's talking to Selena, it's like, and then it cuts to her, cuts back to him.
I still love it.
You know what? You just again, we're talking about superheroes here. That's why, like, when people go too far with it, with anything, I just go, all right, but you got to take some liberties. It's superhero stuff. And we're going to take the liberties even when it comes to future things. It's like, I mean, good on Matt Reeves to be like, hey, I'm going to actually show Bruce Wayne, put the fucking eye makeup on for the first
but like,
time.
Even that, the look that they go for when like he's not wearing the cowl, it's not really how it is when he is wearing the cowl. Because it has to be so dark and heavy.
Oh, yeah.
Work.
dude, that close up of him where it actually show like it's like a close up to the eye.
Yeah.
That makeup is so goddamn perfect. I remember seeing women on my timeline go, "Oh my god, I wish I could get like my eyeliner that close to the eyeball." You know, it's just like Jesus Christ. It was like so like detailed that I even saw that shot earlier on my timeline where when the Riddler gets taken and you get that close up shot of Pattinson, and it's just like going in on his eye, and it's like the makeup is just so it's almost like it is his skin.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not just fucking him going,
No.
you know, like that. That's it. No, that's like detailed. They had to get. I've had girls explain it to me. It's like, yeah, to get to make sure. I mean, I've done casual Batman, guys. It's not, you know, you don't get that detail. You have to like really get detailed.
But you're not
when it
trying to do
comes
like an extreme close up on your eye either.
No, I'm just
He's going for
kinda
the smoky eye, just one,
Yeah.
just
just
one.
a smoky little eye thing. But I mean, if you're gonna do something pretty detailed on those close-ups of Pattinson, you have to like really get in there where you literally almost gotta like almost touch the eyeball
Yeah.
when it comes to that fucking thing. So yeah, it's not just rubbing your eyes with war paint. But I appreciate the fact that he actually showed that. Yeah,
I really enjoy that little
Yeah.
detail. I think that's really cool.
They actually, there's a shot like that in Batman Returns. Actually, before
Oh,
the mask, it's when he's when he's having the final fight with the Penguin, and he's got that detonator in his hand with the rocket penguins behind him, and the camera kind of zooms in on his face, and it's like really close up to his eyes. I don't know if it's quite as detailed as Pattinson's, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah. No, they have to do detail, but I mean, I thought you were going to talk about like when he takes the mask off and they do that shot. I still don't understand why they did that shot where it's like before he tears off the mask, you know.
Yeah,
when he's
I mean,
talking to Selena.
it could have been like it's like let's cut away like as he's pulling off the mask.
Yeah. Yeah, but they actually show him before he tilts his
Full
head.
movement.
So you actually see his eyes. You see his eyes with the blacked out eyes.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it cuts back to him.
It
There's
just
no
like it just
blackout.
punches you in the face with how obvious
It
it is.
totally punches you in the face, and then he tilts his head. It's like, dude, all they had to do was just go for him to just tilt his head, do this, and then they
And come
just
back. Yeah.
cut back to her face, cut back to him, and he rips the mask off, and then that's it. I don't get the editing choice of that. I'm like, that frustrates me so much. Like, what were you trying to do? Were you just trying to show people that, yeah, this is ridiculous? I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't.
I'd
understand.
love for Burton actually be asked that question. I don't think he's ever been asked that
Oh,
question.
dude, I'm gonna. If I ever talk to him, I'm gonna be like, "What? Why? Why? Like,
Wait,
how do you
wait.
watch that and go, yep, keep that? No.
So Michael Uslan is actually going to be at San Diego Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Ooh,
better.
there you
ask
go,
him
Phil.
Write me down the question, and I will fucking
Oh,
ask him.
dude, I got to get him on here because I think he would actually come on here.
Well,
Tim
he's-
Burton wouldn't come on this stream.
Well, he's pretty instrumental in like getting the first Batman on film. Yeah.
You don't get a dark and gritty Batman movie without Michael Uslan. I'm sorry. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And anyone who says fuck Michael Uslan has absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he had the book. Was it an autobiography? It was just biography. It was called The Boy Who Loved Batman. And
Yep.
What was that, an autobiography, or was that written about him?
I believe that was an auto. That was an auto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because he also taught the first accredited college course on comic books.
Correct.
So he,
Yeah.
so he's definitely. I mean, I definitely would love to see attend like a Comic-Con panel that he's hosting, because that guy knows his comic book lore.
But
Like,
I also,
not only that-
go ahead, Phil.
I was just gonna say, like, he's so instrumental in pretty much everything you see in modern Batman. His name is on everything. It's on the animated series. It's gonna be on Cape Crusader. It's like pretty much every Batman movie since '89. He's had his name on it. I think even with Joker, he's an EP on too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to know. Like he will always keep like the fundamentals of what Batman, in his opinion, and like it or hate it. At that point, there's certain non-negotiables. At that point, but look how many iterations. I mean, he's not the final sign off, but he's signed off on a lot that fans either love or hate. But there's there's that, we can't just keep on producing the same thing and expect people just to come out and greet it with the same fanfare.
Right. And like,
Love
you
that
know,
guy.
he I can't really blame him for not being too enthralled about, Batman Forever, Batman, but he's spoken pretty positively about working
Yes.
with Joel Schumacher
Yeah,
on those movies too. If
Well,
nothing
he's
else.
talked a lot about the Schumacher cut.
Yeah. Oh, he might
Yeah.
at San Diego if he gets the budget. Yeah.
Yeah,
I've-
he's talked about how dark like that actually was, and then of course
He prefers
all the
that cut.
studio fuckery.
That he
stuff,
does, yeah.
you know?
Well, because the idea, I mean, obviously with because Batman Returns was very, I almost said BVS, but I mean, I guess you could say this about either one of them. Was that it was very polarizing. So Warner Brothers decided they needed to course correct, and Batman Forever, was meant to be, lighten things up, but apparently the initial version that Schumacher did, it's like it was definitely still lighter in tone than Batman Returns, but it was the transition from Burton to Schumacher, was not as it
Abrupt.
was. It was. It didn't feel as much like a left turn as it does, compared to the because I mean, Batman Forever, for all intents and purposes, is a reboot. I mean, it really is kind of a reboot before reboots were a thing.
It's 60s Adam West Batman.
It's a soft reboot.
Yeah.
Alfred's still the same. Pat Hingle's still the same. Gotham's different. Two-Face
Gotham's
is different.
Vegas.
Yes.
It goes from
More or less.
it goes from German expressionist to Las Vegas neon.
Yeah. I still love that movie though.
Yeah,
Forever.
I do like
Oh,
Forever.
dude, Batman
Yeah.
Forever. I mean, I've always said it, and I'll say it again. I've always said it. I'm like, I like it better than Batman Returns. I do. Yeah, no, I know,
right?
I
Like,
get
I
it.
love
I get
both
it.
of those movies. I love them both. They're like,
I don't hate Batman Returns.
it's so
but I'm
weird.
But I just go, there's something about Batman Forever where I just go, it's just got that equal balance of just like that campy, but that still has that dark.
Yeah.
And I just like it. And I think, obviously Batman 89, when it comes to those Batman movies, is the best one for sure. And I always say it's like, Tim Burton came on, and I've delved deep into like the making of all that, and there might be a video coming out in the next couple of weeks, hopefully, when it comes to some facts, when it comes to that. And it's very interesting. But then I just go like, all right, so that movie was successful. So then they were like, hey, Tim Burton, do whatever you want. And he Burtonized the shit out of Batman Returns, which I don't mind, because I'm like, Tim Burton has a fingerprint that he puts on his movies. He has a signature. I get it. Do I always like it? No, not always like it. Like, I like it when it comes to like Beetlejuice, Nightmare Before Christmas, all his Big Fish,
Sleepy Hollow. Oh yeah.
Sleepy Hollow and stuff
Oh,
like that. But
gosh.
when it came to full on doing that with Batman, I just kind of go, yeah, it kind of gets a little too much, a little bit when it comes to Batman Returns. I feel like Gotham is in a snow globe, and
That's pretty
it got
accurate.
a little too,
Yeah.
It's
it
like
got a little too crazy for me when it came to. I'm like, I dig that. Okay, the Penguin was like this. I like what you did when it reinvented the Penguin. But then when it came to the Catwoman stuff, I'm like, all right, so she's supernatural now. She just has 9 lives.
Oh yeah, that I love that the ending when they do kind of play it literally when he's shooting her over and over, like
Yeah,
4,
it kinda
5,
gets
still
a
alive.
Yeah,
Max, you're a terrible shot. Come on.
yeah. I mean, it works. It works for his universe. I totally get it. But at the same time, it's like it does get a little too a little bit much when it comes to at least
It's Burton-y.
the transition between 80 from the first one to the second one was like, it just felt like a lot, because Wayne Manor looked like a big huge hotel that's haunted on a hill, and then of course it's just, there's just a lot of things where it's just like, man, there's a lot of changes that happen. And usually that happens if there's a different director, but this is the same director, and you guys like did a lot of changes. Like, things just do not, it feels like a totally different Gotham City, different Batman almost. And it's just like, unless they meant, because he mentions that whole thing like, hey, yeah, all of a sudden Vicky Vale's in the Batcave. I'm like, hey, Vic, what's up? There's like one mention about that, but at the same time, I'm like, it's like Tim Burton goes, all right, now I'm going to do the one I wanted to make and the style I wanted to make. And it's just like, it was drastically different from the first. And I'm like, it was a little too much for me, I think.
And the one I wanted to make was about the Penguin too, more so than about
yeah,
Batman.
yeah. If you look at the character, like the way he did the Penguin, it's very much in Burton's wheelhouse.
Oh yeah,
I played
And I
that
love it.
stinking city like a heart from hell.
yeah. You know, and I love it. I love the fact that he was like, all right, and DeVito was fucking amazing, and Pfeiffer was just, I mean, let's face it, every time somebody posts like a gif of her like doing something, I'm like that's her Catwoman, and I'm like, yep, that's a wet dream right there.
Have you seen the video of her when she gets the whip? And she,
Oh yeah,
I think that's the first take.
yeah.
Her in like the department store, like taking the heads off of the
She
mannequins.
does all of that.
Yeah.
That's so
Dude.
cool.
Yeah,
That's
incredible.
when that video shows up on my timeline like every 5 months.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it. I watch it every time I see it because it's just like, wow, like she took the time to actually, that was real. That wasn't any kind of, editing fuckery or anything like that. She literally did all that, and I'm like, and I love the commitment that she put into, I mean, the commitment that everybody put into that I can very much appreciate. But yeah, I mean, but my whole thing is just like the reason why I like Batman Forever so much, because it just, I don't know, there's just something about the combination of campiness and darkness that's in there. And then of course with Batman and Robin, they just went full campy, and I'm like, all right, that's a guilty pleasure, big time,
I think because it was Burton, that's why it works so well. I mean, obviously, I don't think anyone else could have made that movie other than him in the way that he did.
Oh no,
But, he was so in his prime, so good at riding the line between campy and ridiculous to where he could make it his reality. And I think Batman is such a perfect character for him. And I love Batman Returns. I think it's awesome. But again, if that idea was attempted by anyone else, I would probably hate it. I just think it's such a good fit, and I love that movie, and I'm glad it exists.
Yeah, I have it on every Christmas.
I honestly prefer it to 89, if I'm being brutally honest.
Really?
That's
Oh,
a hot take.
I've said that before here too.
I think you have.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
I get
prefer
drunk on
Returns to
this thing.
89.
I forget things.
Yeah, yeah, and it's really funny because it really kind of always boils down to one creative decision in 89, and that's making the Joker the killer of Batman's parents.
Yeah.
As a lifelong Batman fan, even from a young age, I was like, that's not right. Joker didn't kill Batman's parents. It was Joe Schmo or Joe Chill, who, depending on the continuity, it's some random dude just looking to get a quick buck, or in other continuities, it's Joe Chill. And never once have I been like, no, it's the Joker. Over time, of course, you realize, oh, okay, Tim Burton took his creative liberties. They made each other. It's a symbiotic relationship, more or less, and it works for the movie.
It does.
Well, I think it's
just not my preference.
I mean, I don't agree with that sentiment either. But I think the cool spin that Todd Phillips did is interesting because
Sure, yeah,
Joker,
in a way,
in
the
man-
Joker
indirectly creates
Exactly.
Batman.
right.
I think that was really cool, and one of my favorite elements of
Has
Joker.
there been any mention? For the
Oh, you guys are gonna love this. Hold on one second. I'm sorry,
Uh-oh.
Brett. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I got some
Whoa.
Funko Pops this past weekend. You'll love this, guys.
Okay, this is exciting. No, but when it comes to and even rewatching the flashback scene when they show Jack Napier shooting, and it's so the way that's shot, and the fact that young actor
glasses, would you? Huh?
Whoa, look at that. They
Very
actually
nice.
have that? Oh
Yeah.
my
Oh,
god.
that guy with glasses, huh? Would you? Huh? Beaten up in the bell tower fight scene.
I made you.
that's right.
You made me first. Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah. I saw those at a box lunch, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm getting those."
You were talking.
They have that at Box Lunch? Oh, I have one of those over in my mall right here. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah. They're
So
for the-
forgive me because I haven't seen 89 in a while. The flashback, it's not Jack. That's
No.
It's
It's
a
a
different
young it's a young dude who looks like Jack
Yeah.
Nicholson.
because
He
that
looks
was always
a lot like Jack Nicholson, in fact.
Dude, the actor they got and it's so, I mean, and it's so crazy because it plays out like a dream, because just the way that Burton shot that scene.
You ever
And
dance with the
your
devil by the
with
pale
moonlight.
moonlight?
See you around,
And
kid.
then you're like, go, Jack, let's go, Jack. And then he just looks back. He goes, see you around, kid. But everything's kind of like in like the frames per second is slower, and
48, probably.
everything's echoey, and everything's just kind of like the way that might be one of my favorite like scenes in the movie, because it's so dreamlike, and it's supposed to be, because because Bruce Wayne, he's just like sitting in his chair, because he pauses on his screen when it shows the Joker without makeup, or with makeup technically, because it's he's putting on the flesh makeup. Yeah, so when he pauses, he's just kind of like, and then he's looking through the clipping stuff, and then all of a sudden he just starts piecing it together. So it's very just like, I don't know, like the way that Burton shot it is so nightmare like that. It's just like, everything is got like this echo to it, the dialogue, the gunshots, and everything. Yeah, it's like one of those like really well shot flashbacks.
That's cool.
But yeah, that actor, just like whoever they got, they were just like, they got somebody who looks like he would play a very good young Joker.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Do you have? I was like gonna pull that up right now too.
Yeah,
Image of it. I was like, Jesus Christ! I mean, that guy.
The eyebrows and the smile. Yeah.
I remember the smile was the biggest thing.
Well, because Nicholson, I mean, he's got like a face that's just like, I mean, like one, no one on. Yeah.
Is it working? No, it's not. What the hell? That image is not working.
The devil in the pale moonlight.
All right. Well,
I mean, he's got the smile, but he doesn't look like a young Nicholson kind of.
You don't think so?
I think they're probably the same age.
You think so?
Nicholson was like early 50s, I think, when he did Batman.
Okay, maybe a little.
He's probably in it. Yeah, he's probably this guy. Yeah, but I mean, the way that the way that they shot that though.
Yeah,
like
I remember that now.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like in terms of the Wayne murders, I don't know if we're ever gonna beat BVS in terms of just how it looks.
Dude, the way that BVS
that's also very dreamlike, yeah.
Dude, the way that BVS does it, Jesus Christ! I remember when the set photos came out, when it came to that, and we were all freaking out. I'm like, oh yeah, he's totally, it's like, oh yeah, Dark Knight Returns type of, because pulling from that, and with Mask of Zorro and stuff like that, it was just. But I mean, what a way to, and I will never forget, and I've said it many times, is like when it came to the first Snyder Con. And when we were all sitting there in the fucking art center, it was hot as fuck in that fucking theater. We're all crammed in there. And it was just, everybody was cheering for everybody's, like, when the opening credits and every name that came up, everybody was cheering. And I remember just turning to Matt of Comic Movie Marks and go like, are we really cheering while the Waynes are getting murdered right now?
Apparently that's the thing to do.
Yeah, I just remember laughing just because I was like, and I was kind of doing it too, but I'm like, do you realize like this is like a tragedy is happening right now? I mean, I know we're all cheering like who's in this movie, but we're witnessing like the murder of the Waynes right now, and we're all fucking clapping and cheering, and it was just kind of a funny moment kind of thing. But I think when it comes to the murder of the Waynes, I think Zach did it the best, to be honest.
Yeah, amen to that. Yeah.
In terms of making it like as iconic as it should be.
Yeah.
100%. I think the thing that I appreciated about when Nolan did it is like it was visceral in the sense that like you kind of felt like you were there because it's real time, and it's like you feel like I can't remember who plays young Bruce, but you feel like every breath that he makes, and you feel the shriek of Martha, and just like the way that Thomas Wayne like sort of like just tries to talk his way through it is cool.
He's all okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's very much a moment where you feel like you're there, and I appreciate like how
it's fine.
It's still iconic, but it's not as iconic.
And then you also feel the fact that it's like Bruce. The reason why they left was because
his
Bruce
fault.
was scared.
Yeah.
You know,
Definitely.
and I love that aspect of it too, because it's just like, so then he further blames himself for the murder of his parents, because he was just like, it's my fault. It's my, and he says that later on. He's like,
Alfred,
it's my fault, Alfred. It's my fault. I was scared and blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, it adds to that so much because he was freaked out of the bats that were in the fucking opera. And I love the fact Thomas Wayne in Nolan's Batman Begins, he just seemed like such a, I don't know, there's another aspect of like Thomas Wayne that we really didn't see, where it's just like he just seemed like such a cool, relaxed dad. I don't know, like when he fell down in that hole when him and Rachel were playing, and then he like he what's his,
why do we fall, Bruce?
Propels, he propels down to him, grabs him, and he tells, I don't know, like Nolan really took. I think Nolan's Thomas Wayne is probably my favorite Thomas Wayne.
Yeah.
Because just the way that he talks and just the way that he was like very confident and very just like, and like you said, Jacob, it was like the fact that he was like, hey, it's okay. It's okay. Like the way he was trying to bring down the situation that was happening. It was like, hey, this, that, and but of course it still turned bad.
And Thomas Wayne, they do a complete reinvention of him in Joker, where he's a total asshole. In Joker.
He's a total fucking shithead. Yeah.
And actually, with that, it's like I wrote an article about this on Screen Rant a few years ago, because I had this theory with the way they flip Thomas Wayne in it. My idea with that is like in the Joker continuity, with Todd Phillips, universe. My idea was that the Bruce Wayne in that continuity, after his parents get murdered, that Bruce Wayne actually he doesn't become Batman; he becomes the villain. Because it's like if any Bruce Wayne is like when we think of Bruce Wayne, we think of the idea. He's the Wayne family. They're usually portrayed as being very philanthropic. They're very they're like rich Robin Hoods basically, and it's so of course totally flipped in Joker. So I had this idea that the apple is far from the tree. So the idea that this version of Bruce, with that being raised by that version of Thomas Wayne, it's he's already being guided down a path to being just being a villain.
Well, there was this whole theory out there that I kind of thought was kind of cool and I mean, I don't think that's, it's just one of those things where it's like fans just going like, hey, there was the whole theory that Arthur was actually Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah, so like when the whole thing was happening, it was just him. Like there was a lot of things that were happening in his head, and it was just like him dealing with his parents getting killed, kind of thing. And it was like a whole thing where I was like, oh, that's an interesting theory, because when he does show up to Wayne Manor and he's talking to little Bruce, like their clothing looks similar to each other, like the colors and stuff. And there's like a lot of things where it's like, and then of course we've, the whole thing of him, the ties to Thomas Wayne and stuff like that. There was like a whole thing where I was like, oh yeah, then somebody came up with a theory that Arthur Fleck was actually Bruce Wayne, and he, instead of becoming Batman, he turned into the Joker because of everything. And I was like, yeah, not a bad theory. I don't mind it. But I mean, I don't think that's what Todd Phillips was going for, but I like the theory.
Well, there's also this theory that Mad Max is really the feral kid, but I won't go into that.
I mean, that's what again, we go back to, hey, when the filmmakers go, here you go, this is what I have. And if you want to come up with theories, go for it.
I absolutely adore that spin in Joker on Thomas Wayne. I think that's obviously perfect for that world. And I really enjoyed it because we're so used to seeing like Thomas Wayne as like the perfect dad and like a hero to the city basically, or to even just like through Bruce's eyes, like he's just like perfect. And I think like seeing that is amazing and it's cool. But that, like with all the theories and everything being said, I would probably say as far as like the Batman stuff goes, we're probably done with that. I mean, that's just my take on it. I would think we're probably done with that in that universe, especially with everything that's going to be going on in the second one. I mean, you have Harley, obviously, but she's not. I don't even know. I guess she is Harley Quinn. Is that like, has that been confirmed? Like, that's her character's name? Okay.
Yeah. It's like something like that.
I was about to ask that a minute ago. It's like, is it confirmed at all whether or not Bruce Wayne is going to appear in Joker 2?
I don't
think so.
I highly doubt it. That's what I was getting at. But
I'm curious of how Todd Phillips might fit in some of those elements again. He might not. He might just be like, all right, if I'm going to do a sequel, I'm not going to fucking even touch that. So it might just be nothing but Joker. That's what I'm kind of curious about. It's like he fit in, the Waynes and Bruce Wayne. He did a good job of going, oh, wow, imagine this. Cool. So, but now we're in the sequel. It's like, can he fit something in there again? Is there going to be some kind of, there might be like an Easter egg. We might see like Wayne somewhere in the background.
Oh, sure. Like that's
about it.
With what we got with their one conversation, with the way that it ends with the music, that's the only time in the entire film where the music sounds the way that it does in that. And it's like a perfect signature. And I really hope they don't, honestly, for me, like I hope they don't fuck with that anymore. I think we got what we wanted. And I hope that's it in terms of like Bruce and Joker. I don't know. That might just be me though.
But I got to ask Jacob, how are you feeling about James Gunn's Superman?
Wow, we just did a firm 180.
Hey, I had to ask.
I don't know. As far as like what we've seen and everything, I think what he's doing is cool. That's awesome. I'm happy for like a lot of Superman fans. I mean, I'm not really sold. Like if there's a trailer, I'll check it out. I don't know. I never really was completely on board with James Gunn doing Superman. He's great, and obviously I love the character of Superman. It's really hard.
Thank goodness.
It's really hard to like be excited for something when you know what you had wasn't done yet.
That's pretty much where I
fall. It's a really difficult position because I see a lot of people that are Superman fans and they're excited, and I really want to like be there with them. But like it's just such.
Can I add to that? Can I please add to that?
Go ahead.
It's also really hard to be excited for something when it's in the hands of someone so diametrically different than what had come before, right? Like, speaking personally, I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but like I see what James Gunn is doing with Superman and I'm like, yeah, none of this jives with any of what I love about Superman almost at all. And then I look at the last guy who had Superman, Zack Snyder, and I'm like, that's the Fleischer Superman rolled with like John Byrne's Man of Steel and like the world hero, right? But then you jump 11 years forward, you've got Peter Safran out there right before this movie came out. Oh, Truth, Justice, American Way. And I'm just like, okay, cool, whatever. And then we've got a bright blue Superman suit. I'm like, oh, all right. And to Jacob's point, a lot of people are like, Superman. I'm like, yeah, good for you. Glad you're happy.
I mean, like we've been talking about TikTok, and I'll look on TikTok and I see like the set photos of him, like I presume looking up at a tree, maybe saving a cat.
Oh God!
Or hugging kids, or like we've seen the golden retriever, or like him just like staring, looking at crowds. Like that is like that's awesome. That's cool. That's just not how I've ever seen Superman in the sense that like he's so much more than that. Like people want, according to the internet, people want a movie of Superman hugging kids and smiling at crowds of people and waving and saving cats and trees. Like that's awesome. I would much rather prefer a movie where like we can have those elements, but if we like make him go on a journey that tests why he is that, then like that's why that matters. If he's just doing that, I don't see how that's Superman for me. But I mean, listen, I'm happy that people are excited. I'm a big Superman fan. And but the reason why I'm a Superman fan is because I just saw for 10 years, him get tested to the point of why he is who he is. Right. That's what it is.
And to add to all that, I've said this, on social media and, on other streams before, it's pretty much what Phil said. It's like the way I describe it is the how and the why of why we're getting this Superman and this DCU. Those absolutely matter too, and have absolutely impacted my ability to be excited for it. So, that's the way I kind of phrase it. And interesting too, mentioning kind of the contrast of Zack Snyder's approach, James Gunn's approach, because just today I do some assistant coaching in my martial arts school, and I was talking to the head instructor in there, and we about a few different things, and we get to talking about things like superheroes, and he's a big fan of a lot of things. He leans a little bit more towards Marvel, but we were talking about, and the topic kind of drifted to Justice League, and I asked him if he was familiar with the Snyder Cut, kind of the whole story behind that, and he said, no, I'm not. He'd only seen the theatrical version once, and anybody who follows me on Twitter may have seen I put up the GIF of the Grinch smiling, because anytime I meet anybody who's not gone down that whole rabbit hole of the Snyder Cut story, and like, oh, I have years of practice of like giving the rundown on this, so oh man, this is gonna be fun. I love sharing that story with newbies.
No, it's always like one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can go down that rabbit hole, but one of those things like at least what I mean, especially with like recent stuff, I'm just kind of going like, all right, so I mean, as much as like, yeah, I am all about what Zach was trying to do to deconstruct the character, but when everybody's going like, all right, let's get a fresh take of Superman, I'm like, all right, well, slap Superman right into a world that already has heroes, and we already have corporate sponsored heroes where he doesn't want to deal with it, and he's just like, I'm doing my own thing. I'm like kind of going like, that's where it intrigues me the most. Like, yeah. I get what everybody's saying, like when it comes to like, I wanted to see the entire Zack Snyder's 5 story arc where, I mean, no matter what anybody says, because I still get people that push back like, yeah, Batman vs Superman, it was a Batman film. I'm like, it was a Batman film to the point. It was to a point where Batman was essentially almost a villain in a sense, but Zach portrayed him as as like, okay, like Zach, like Batman is kind of almost a villain, but obviously showing him as, well, it's Batman still. He's still heroic, and so you understand. Zach wanted to make people understand why he would approach Superman the way that he approached him, and it all made sense and stuff like that. And I hate that. I hate that when people are like, it was a Batman film more than, I'm like, what are you talking about? It was all about Superman, and
they only say that because it has the best Batman fight scene of all time in it.
Honestly, I think a lot of people push back on that movie because Zach's talked about this too. He took everyone's favorite characters, he pulled them apart, and he put them back together in a single movie, and people didn't like that. Not one bit. And it's and I understand the frustration, but at the same time, to say some shit like, "Oh, he doesn't understand the characters," I'm sorry, but if you have to pull something apart and put it back together, you kind of have to have a fundamental understanding of how the thing works. So.
Yeah,
that's just kind of
it's just well, what he said too is like, I mean, one of the things that I loved about that Rogan appearance was the fact that it's like, when he said that, when people say like, oh, you can't have Batman kill, well, the first thing I want to do now is to have him kill. It's like, but at that same time, it's like you go, hey, he has done that before. It's not like it's a new thing.
Yeah.
But he wanted to add, like, when it came to Keaton's Batman or even other Batman,
shove a bomb down your pants and smile about it, Keaton.
Yeah, he wanted to add meaning to it, and he did add meaning to it. It's like, well, why would Batman resort to just going, I don't give a fuck? Well, because he's in his mid-40s and he's fed up, and it's to the point where I can't just do the normal thing. I have to now wipe out these guys. As opposed to just be, no, don't do that, and let's just put him into Arkham and see what happens. It just gets to the point where you get senile to the point of, fuck everybody, I'm just going to do this. And he deconstructed the character to lose his way until he tried to kill Superman. And then guess what? Yeah, he had a awakening moment when trying to kill Superman, when he realized that Superman is not just some fucking alien. He actually is human.
And he grew up with a human mom.
Yeah, grew
Right.
up with a human, parents and everything. So it's like, okay, I can now reason with this and realize that, wow, I'm, fucked up and I need to change my ways. And that's where it went. But I mean, just going back to the gun thing, as much as I'm going, all right, well, there's a lot riding on it. There's a lot, going on here where I'm going, okay, this is a DC universe that's already very much out there. But I kind of dig the aspect of like the fact that I'm like, okay, so this is something different because we're not just getting a standard Superman movie where Superman's the only hero. And when I keep on seeing people going, hey, I just want a Superman film, I'm like, okay, we have those. We have a bunch of single Superman stuff that you could watch. But this approach is now, hey, we have all these characters that are from DC that are involved with this. And then we have, Superman that's probably pushing back against certain aspects of the way the world is right now in a reverse Kingdom Come kind of way. And I'm like, okay, I'm digging that. And he's going to be, I think, even if we don't see this fully now, and maybe not some people see this fully now, it's like, I think Gunn is trying to approach like, okay, I'm going to also throw Superman through the ringer, but in a different way where it's going to be in a universe that there is all these superheroes and this kind of aspect of corporate thing, like the boys.
I was going to say, so they're doing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So they're doing like a VOT international type thing.
That's what it
with Lord, with Maxwell Lord.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's cool.
I think,
like that.
because Green Lantern and Hawk Girl and Mr. Terrific are all, they have the
white
Lord
t-shirt,
the Lord logo.
Lord Tech,
So that's what intrigues me about what's going on with this. Where I'm like, do I think it's going to be as deep as what Snyder did? No, I don't think it's going to be as deep. But I do appreciate that he's going, okay, what if Superman is in this world like this, and instead of like, how do you challenge Superman? Well, let's challenge him like this. Zach did it like this. And I appreciate that James Gunn's not going to do that same thing. And he's going to, and not going full on, oh, he's just the Boy Scout that saves everybody. And then he just does, saves, and saves the day. And no, let's do something like this and kind of challenge him with other heroes. Because Superman is very hard to write for. And a lot of people have said that. But if you get somebody who goes, well, what if you approach it like this? And I think Zach was very much that. Bryan Singer wasn't.
Nope.
Bryan Singer was like, hey, let's just try to do the same thing. And he tried, and he modernized it. Okay, things worked. Airplane sequence in Superman Returns, amazing. Cool. I get it. But Zach was like, well, let's go this approach and deconstruct. That fucking worked like crazy. And then James Gunn's going, okay, well, let's deconstruct them in the way where there's other heroes, a lot of other heroes this time. And maybe we can deconstruct them in a different way, but then also add an element of like, well, it's not going to be as dark, which I get. It's fine. I prefer the darker stuff. Yes, but I'll also appreciate the Superman, the animated series kind of approach to it as well. And I'm like really hoping that that's the case, but we'll see.
The one thing he said, I think that kind of piqued my interest in regards to his version of Superman specifically, is he's kind in a world that is not kind. Right. And then you factor in characters like the Authority, like Guy Gardner, who's a major douchebag in the comics. And then you've also got like, oh man, Mr. Terrific, not to say that Terrific has that kind of ego or anything, but like, all these other heroes, and Maxwell Lord obviously has another egotistical side to himself as well. It feels like, you've got a character like the engineer from the Authority, whoever's in that big, like Black Noir Ultraman costume or whatever it is. And then, you've also got the corporate hero people in terms of like Green Lantern, Hawk Girl, Mr. Terrific. And then there's Superman. He's like the in-between, where you have a member of the Authority who's just justice by any means necessary. Then you've got like the Justice League International under Lord, who have to do it by like a kind of a by the book, do it for the views, do it for the numbers, do it for the money, whatever. But then you've got Superman, who's just like, dude, I'm just trying to do the right thing. And it's like, that I can understand. But like the whole notion of, you know, him talking to a squirrel or him picking up kids, like all that stuff, I'm like, yeah, I get it. That's what people really want, and it's to appease the caricature, not the character itself. And I get it, I do. But like, if there's one thing that does pique my interest about his take on Superman, it's absolutely that. I agree with you there, Dave.
Well, and
No, 100%. I mean, I thought I had read something about that, and the fact that you just spelled it out for me kind of helps. That definitely is way more interesting than like the stuff that I'm seeing on TikTok.
well, obviously we got that long-awaited big screen debut of Guy Gardner.
I've heard about that one.
But and it's interesting. You mentioned I feel you mentioned JLI, or I'm still figuring this out on
Justice League International, yes.
Yeah, I don't think that's officially confirmed. It's all but confirmed at this point. JLI is kind of presence in this because and he's alluded to that previously, and it's kind of I've had a theory in my head. I don't know if I'd call this like, but I kind of want to get everybody's take on it. Do you think maybe the reason why if he is going with JLI, which again it seems it's all but confirmed he is part of the reason for that is because there's so much history and baggage and drama surrounding the Justice League proper under Warner Brothers stewardship that it kind of has almost made the Justice League almost like a hot potato for Warner Brothers?
I don't think that. I
don't think that either.
I think number one, James Gunn works with ensemble casts. He's always worked with ensemble casts. Number two, this is a different Superman movie where you want the world to feel truly lived in with other DC characters. You don't want to do something like a Superman 3 or Superman 4 Quest for Peace where you're just making shit up to move the plot along. No, I think the smart thing about this, honestly, is James Gunn taking an established world and having DC characters in a DC movie. Now, the caveat with that conversation is, well, now you've got a certain subsect of the fandom going, well, isn't this just him shoehorning a bunch of DC characters into the movie? Isn't this just kind of proto-Justice League, just like BVS? Not really.
No.
It all depends on how you tell the story. That's what ultimately matters, is how you tell that story. Regardless of however it looks, it all boils down to how he's going to tell that story. How you feel about James Gunn as a storyteller, that's a completely different kind of conversation. But ultimately, I think the smart thing he is doing is filling out the movie with DC characters and making it feel like a DC world. Now, you know, as far as the JLI, it feels like it's all but confirmed at this point. And we know his brother is playing Maxwell Lord in the movie. But, you know, as far as any other characters, as far as like having the Justice League be like a hot potato for WB, I can't really say that that's the case. I mean, they pulled the plug on George Miller's Justice League Mortal, and then they finally allowed, like, you know, they tried doing what they did with Zach, and that all went to crap when they brought on, you know, when Johns brought on Whedon. Right. And, you know, then they were like, oh, you know, we fucked up. Here's our version. Here's his version of Justice League. Here's the movie y'all probably should have gotten 4 years ago. Right. But as far as it being like as far as like getting a Justice League movie, I'm kind of where that stands. I'm probably going to go with what Charles Roven said, a couple years away. What will that look like? Well, if Superman is successful, I could see it being Justice League International. And this is kind of a springboard for that, much in the same way that Including the Engineer very well could be another springboard for the Authority. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Sean Gunn is Max Lord.
Yep. Sean Gunn is playing Maxwell Lord. Yes.
Yeah, it's one of those castings where I was
that would not have been my choice.
Yeah, no, I don't think that would have been anybody's choice, to be honest.
That's interesting.
It would be interesting, and there's no hints at it that this is, you know, if we're going with Justice League International, not necessarily a first incarnation of Justice League. What if there were other teams in this universe that have either existed, still exist at this point, and this is what we're all kind of saying, that Maxwell's just trying to, okay, let me make my own team and kind of make this the premier team and see and kind of take from other of their A-listers and bring them to my team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's all very interesting what we're seeing. And
by the way,
like, what?
Well, I was just going to mention also to kind of like add a little bit of a maybe just like throw a little bit of a grenade and all that. There was a rumor that popped up today that that James Gunn has had talks with Taika Waititi for a DC movie.
Oh, okay. Where was the source of that?
Well, it was popped up on I think it was like Everything DCU.
Okay,
Twitter.
but where?
So yeah, I'm not saying like I'm not commenting on the veracity of that either way. I'm just saying that popped up.
I saw where the source came from. This is from some news scooper, and I went, okay, what are we doing here?
Well,
throw it on a dartboard and see what happens.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Is like when I saw that, I was like, okay, some random like scooper that I've never heard about decided to just tweet out like, hey, this is the thing. And then I was like, I saw that. I think somebody sent it to me, and I'm like,
I sent it to you, dude.
Oh yeah, you did.
As a laugh. As a laugh.
Travis. You and Travis. Travis also sent it to me. And I was like, oh shit. And I was like, oh yeah, that's something that's gonna blow up the internet. And then I saw the tweet and I went, okay, so we're just gonna, who the fuck is this guy? And I clicked his Twitter and I'm like, oh, he's just some new scooper that we haven't heard about. So he's not one of the original scoopers that we've all heard. It's not like any of those guys, and none of those guys have said anything about it. And then I was like, all right, well, hopefully this doesn't get any kind of traction. And then I saw like a couple of DCU Twitter handles all of a sudden go, hey, rumor, this is. Then I'm like, oh, guys, what are you doing? Don't do that, because, I mean, this is, anybody could say that. Anybody could say that. Anybody could say like, oh, yeah, there's been conversations about that. It's like, all right, so we're just going to take your word, And I'm like, when I saw that, I went, oh, man. I'm like, anybody who hates that the DCU is a thing is just going to run with this, aren't they? I'm like, So, Brad, I'm just saying.
I'm not commenting either way on the veracity. I just saw that pop up today, so I thought I just
I saw it pop up too, but let's not take it to face value. I mean, there's a possibility it could have happened, but that doesn't mean that something actually is going to happen. I don't know. We'll see. But
well, I'm sure if it does happen, everybody it'll be.
Oh, it'll blow up.
It can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be ridiculous. But
I'd rather see Eric Kripke take a DC movie at this.
Oh, that would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet. Yeah.
Especially after watching
The Authority. He could take The Authority pretty.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah,
much, yeah. It's
over Matthew Vaughn any day of the week.
Yeah, Matthew Vaughn. Like I said, it's like he's made like one of my favorite X-Men movies. He's made stuff I like, but the dude is kind of up his own ass.
Well, he's not made too many things recently that's been great.
Right.
Yeah, let's face it.
Been,
I mean, he's had some winners. He's had some winners, and yeah, sometimes he does have an arrogance to him where I'm like, I can like his style, but it just seems like lately he has not had a good run when it comes to.
It shocks me that this man Matthew Vaughn had the sheer audacity to say some shit like, oh, Superman shouldn't be dark and gritty. Oh, by the way, I want to make a Red Sun Superman movie with Henry Cavill.
That's a dark and gritty movie.
And I'm just like, do you
like,
not
wait
hear,
a minute, buddy?
Do you not hear the words coming out of your mouth right now? Like, what?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But then, of course, we got, speaking of the DCU, we got another rumor today that Kumail Nanjiani is going to be Booster Gold. Did I say his name right?
Yeah,
Kumail Nanjiani. You're correct.
You could have put like the cricket sound effect right there. That would
I know.
so
I
perfect.
probably could have. How are we feeling about that, folks?
Well, how do I answer this question? Because, and it's funny. Dave knows why it's funny because, I will just say that I might have heard this a little while ago.
So did I.
So when I had heard this news, immediately I was like, oh, that makes sense. And then I went about my business. And now to see it like out in the ether and seeing reactions to it, I'm just like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. The way people are reacting to this news is just like, oh, that's cute. You people are just judging him based on what he's done before and not the possibility of like what could come from it. I don't know. I'm not really like one way or the other about it. Like, I get it. He's got the personality that embodies that of Booster Gold. I could see it happening.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people are taking it a little bit way too seriously and jumping the gun on it. No pun intended. He hasn't confirmed it. James Gunn hasn't outright said yes or no one way or the other. The guy's been cast. Honestly, I feel like if he is gotten the role, if he is cast in it, then that means, at least to me, that he's cast for a reason, and that reason is they're gonna put Booster Gold in something before his own TV show. That would be my guess.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's interesting. I don't like it. But I mean, I do. I mean, I'm not crazy about it, I should say, because Kamel, I'm like, I don't hate him, but at the same time, I've never been really a fan. I've kind of find his comedic stuff kind of whatever, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
So I just never, have found him all that funny. I mean, the last thing I saw him in was Frozen Empire, and some of the things in there, I was like, what he did, it was kind of like, not saying everything. There were some things he was significant, of course, to the story. I get that, but at the same time, I was just like, and it was like, he was already in Marvel, he was in the what was the movie he was in?
Eternals.
Eternals. I almost said Elemental. I was like, that's the fucking Pixar movie. No.
See, you're in the ballpark.
Yeah, I was in there. I had similar letters in the title. But the Eternals. And I was like, and Eternals is one of those movies I need to watch again, because it just seems like that was one of those. Yeah, it was like one of those movies where Marvel was going, hey, let's try this. And I think a lot of people went into that movie, including me, going, well, let's see what Marvel does with this kind of stuff. And then they try to be as serious as they can be. And a lot of people didn't accept it. And I even kind of was like, I don't know if that worked. But then I'm like going, oh, maybe I should not look at it through the lens of watching a Marvel Studios movie.
It was actually likened to like a Zack Snyder movie a lot of the time.
A little bit, yeah. Like going back and thinking about certain things, I'm like, yeah, maybe, they were really trying to do. I mean, it's Chloe Zhao.
Zhao.
And she's a fucking phenomenal filmmaker. So it was like, yeah, she wanted to do something different. And I'm going, okay, I think she actually pulled that off now that I think about it. But when it comes to Kamel, I'm like, I remember I was told about that rumor a little bit ago, but don't say anything. And I was like, all right, I won't say anything. I was like, cool. And now it came about. I was like, oh, and I remember all I tweeted out was, oh boy. And then some people like started going, well, then it's gotten a little crazy in the mentions, but I was like, all right, what are we talking about here? What are we doing? Okay. Oh, and then a lot of people are not liking it. And I'm like, all right, yeah, I don't really like it myself, because I'm just kind of thinking, does it need to be him? But
I'm one of these people. The same thing I've said about even dating back to Heath Ledger. Okay, wasn't necessarily my fan pick at that point, but I'm gonna give it a shot just because, again, to your point, Phil, I'm not gonna, is he my cup of tea when it comes to comedy? No, but it doesn't mean I hate the guy and doesn't want him to be successful necessarily. So if this is the choice, all right, show me what you got. And even with going back to Eternals, that was a movie that bit off more than it could chew, and should have been something else. Like, you're going for really big swings in breadth of scope, and it was a good swing. I would have done it in a different way.
Amen.
Yeah, and we still have it hasn't been addressed in the MCU, having this giant statue with like arms sticking out of the ocean.
That's coming in Brave New World.
Yep. Okay, good segue right there. Yep. That's what I'm saying. I was like, you know what? I mean, we can get past the whole Kamel thing, and it's like, hey, we'll wait on that. But then we can transition to the whole Brave New World trailer.
I did like the trailer, I must say. I thought the trailer was pretty good.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was like, how are we feeling about the Captain America Brave New World trailer that was supposed to show up apparently yesterday, but showed up today, which I thought it was fitting because, it was Harrison Ford's birthday. 82 years old.
And they did a meta thing. I'm sure everybody picked up on the trailer where he said why is his name escaping me? Where Falcon comes up to him and says like, yeah, the new look. It's like I'm still getting used to it. And he's like, oh yeah, the mustache, I had to take it off, and it's like people are still.
Otherwise, they lose the election. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's right. Harrison Ford, 82 years old.
Yeah, here's how it probably went down.
Not
At
more
that point.
coherent than our current president.
We need you to grow a mustache. He was like, no.
He's like, fuck no.
Okay. Not
Harrison
happening.
Ford's like, what? I don't grow a
Not growing a mustache.
Well, listen, here's the thing. All this conjecture is about him being the Red Hulk is going to be moot because we all know. I mean, it's like Harrison Ford's the president. We all know how that ends every time. It's like just gets the bad guy, get off my plane.
Yeah. But the fact that it's like, I mean, going back to the interview where somebody was like, asked Harrison Ford about Red Hulk, and he was just like, "What's a Red Hulk?" It's like, did anybody just go, "Oh yeah, he's turning into Red Hulk"? I mean, I immediately when I saw that, I went, "Oh yeah, he's Red Hulk." I mean, Harrison Ford.
You saw the hair even from the back at that point. It's a crew cut like that.
There was a set photo where he had torn fucking pants.
Yep.
And it was like, all right, we know you're turning into Red Hulk. You have torn pants when you're sitting there on your chair, dude. When he was like talking to Anthony Mackie, it was like everybody was like, it was like, oh, here's a cool little behind the scenes shot of Anthony Mackie and Harrison Ford talking to each other, and everybody was like, look at Harrison Ford's pants. They are ripped up. He is Red Hulk for sure. And it was like, that was a dead giveaway.
What's the thing about him too being asked that question in interviews? I mean, it's like, has nobody picked up on the fact yet that Harrison Ford, you ask him about all these nerd topics, and unless it's Indiana Jones, he's completely apathetic to all of it.
Yeah. He's like, I don't give a shit.
Harrison Ford,
like who shot first? I don't care.
I can't wait.
Harrison, talk about your favorite Marvel movies.
I don't care.
What's a Marvel movie? What's a Marvel?
Imagine asking Harrison Ford his opinion on the Snyder Cut.
That press tour is going to be amazing.
Hilarious.
Exactly. That's what I was getting at. I'm like, Harrison Ford's going to have fun with that because he doesn't give a shit. He's 82 years old.
I'm honestly shocked that he's in the movie, but I'm assuming it pays pretty well. So that's exactly why he took it. But
he kind of talked about that, as he's been in Shrinking. Now he's in the Yellowstone. He kind of talked about, and then Marvel thing all kind of happened all at once, and it's like, what's going on? You've never been kind of like this. I said, well, I've seen other people have fun with this stuff, so I kind of open myself up to these opportunities. So why, if they're having fun, why can't I?
And honestly, who better to take over the role from the late and great William Hurt than Harrison Ford?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the thing. We're like, when he got cast, it was like everybody went, "Oh my god."
That is a really. I mean, those are big shoes to fill, but man, they're filling them.
Yep.
And I mean, I think the other misconception is like, he just really fucking hates Han Solo.
That's true. We do.
Yeah.
Like he never, ever badmouthed playing Indiana Jones.
Oh, he loves playing Indiana Jones. That's the one that he's you ask him questions about that. He just lights up. He's very enthusiastic. He's very proud of that that role and that portrayal.
He said in interviews, like way before Force Awakens was a thing. It's like, would you come back and do Han Solo? Nah, I'm good. Indiana Jones in a New York minute.
Yeah. I bet he would come back for Indiana Jones 6 if they asked him.
Probably.
Well, I mean, like when it comes to
the AI cut.
When it comes to Han Solo, it's kind of like a weird thing because obviously he didn't have the job at first, and he was reading with people who were, auditioning for Star Wars, and he was reading with them, right? That was the whole story, was like the fact that he was like a carpenter, and he was like, just kind of working, and then he was reading with the actors, right?
Yeah, George Lucas just didn't want to do what some of his colleagues were doing, kind of like keep using the same people over and over again, because he was already American. He was already in graffiti. So,
great movie, by the way. Mm-hmm. Great movie, and so many fucking people in that movie. Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. But But I mean, I think it was just like one of those things. And I remember an interview with Harrison Ford, and I mean, probably one of my favorite things when it came to Star Wars, especially, you know, when you think about Star Wars now and all the discourse and everything. But I mean, like, one of the things that he said to George Lucas was like, he was like, hey, he's like, he went up to George. He's like, hey, you know, you can write this shit, but you can't say this shit. I mean, he basically said, it was like, dude, the dialogue, yeah, you could write it down on a piece of paper, but you can't fucking like actually say this
Talk about
shit.
like the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. And
Yeah, I mean,
What's a parsec?
I mean, that's the thing is like as much, and of course it's been reignited now with the whole Acolyte series that's come out, but it's just like everybody's like, George Lucas needs to come back and save this. I'm like,
No.
I mean, not even George
No.
Lucas, you know, George Lucas was just like, he came up with something. He wasn't the best writer, guys. I mean, he came out, I mean, he was a good writer when it came to coming up with concepts, and
Yes.
story.
George Lucas.
But when it came to dialogue was not his strong side.
George Lucas,
I'll point to Revenge of the Sith at
Oh
that
my
point.
God. Or Attack
They
of the
can't
Clones.
they can't save you, Padme. Only my new special powers can. I was like, oh, oh.
Dude,
George Lucas, the man who had Luke and Leia kissing in one movie, and then the next movie made them brother and sister.
yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like George Lucas, this is his baby, but at the same time, he didn't even know what the fuck was going on sometimes. I mean, that's the thing. It's like,
You said it
Okay,
right.
you know what?
Conceptually, he's got great ideas.
he's
Absolutely.
got great ideas.
Has-
Great
that's a
idea.
That's a great analogy. If George Lucas is the father of Star Wars, and Star Wars was a baby when he effectively created it, well, guess what? That baby is an adult now. That adult needs to try and do new things in order for said thing to continue to thrive, because that's how adults survive. So, man, the conversation surrounding the Acolyte.
I think you
Hell
just
actually
channeled
broke-
a little bit of Ian Malcolm there, Phil. I mean,
That was a little Ian Malcolm, like,
Chaos theory.
You
package it, you slapped it on a plastic lunchback.
See, you
Yeah.
didn't even think about what
You see, I'm
doing.
not making
You
all the
just
same
did it.
mistakes again. Now you know you're
You
making
did-
all
you
new
just
ones.
did it. You just did it. You didn't think about all the consequences. You just
yeah,
did it.
exactly. Yeah. No, but I mean, like, one of the things, I mean, again, you just go, hey, like, how many George Lucas films? I mean, it's so funny because George Lucas was just like, you know, he was part of, I mean, obviously he created Star Wars, and then he helped with Indiana Jones, but then after that, it was just like, what the fuck? I mean, he just kind of just stopped, you know, he just didn't really do anything. And then of course he, you know, made the prequels, which, you know, I don't hate them. Attack of the Clones, probably my least favorite Star Wars film. I'm just going to say it really is. But at the same time, it's like, you know, Revenge of the Sith had some really good things in there. Even Phantom Menace had some good things as well. But Attack of the Clones, you know, might have had some things. I think my favorite thing about Attack of the Clones was the fact that, you know, when Padme was like fighting and she got her shirt ripped off, so she had like a half shirt. That's my favorite part.
No wonder why.
You know what? Natalie Portman, you know, showing her.
We're only human.
You know,
I don't know. Samuel Jackson going as Mace Windu says, "This party's over."
I mean, there's a lot of bad dialogue. Like he is not good with dialogue. That's the thing. It's like
That's what the prequels. I think that's what we all make fun of. Like with the prequels is the dialogue. It's the dialogue.
Yeah, the dialogue is pretty bad.
Well,
but there are some good elements.
Well, and that's talking about like with the backlash to Acolyte and like Disney Star Wars. I mean, because has hell frozen over or something? Because now it's like Star Wars fans have gone from like just absolutely despising George Lucas to saying we want you to come back and fix Star Wars.
That's the thing. That's one of those things where we're in this weird thing of fandom where it's like, and I've almost tweeted that out. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought we were not all about George Lucas anymore. But now all of a sudden, it's like everybody was like, oh yeah, George Lucas, come back and save this. I'm like, he doesn't.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Careful what you wish for.
I mean, when I talk to diehard Star Wars fans, they talk about the novelizations. And I'm sure, Chris, you've probably read And I don't
Actually,
know who
no,
else.
that'd be all Travis and the Geekos
Scott.
guys. Yeah, Scott.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like a lot of people, and I've talked to people who've read the novelizations going, oh my God, you don't even know. And I'm like, I get it, because you had like literal authors going, hey, I like these concepts. Let me approach the concepts and take it to this level. And apparently they're really good. And, you know, when it comes to Disney, Star Wars, Lucasfilm, currently, they do pull elements out of that. Maybe not the right ones. I don't know. It's such a weird thing. I'm so kind of burnt out when it comes to Star Wars, and I said this before the Acolyte came out, where I'm just going, I'm not that hyped, but I do like the fact that we have a series that's all about the Jedi. But then I start watching this series, and I'm going, all right, not exactly what I thought it was going to be. I was like, fuck. I'm like, okay. There's things I like when it comes to the Acolyte. All right. There's some cool things in here, and there's some cool little backstory stuff, and I'm like, all right, I like it. But then some of the execution, I'm going, what the fuck am I watching here? I don't know. There's some things in the Acolyte where I'm going, all right, yeah, you guys totally missed this.
You know, as someone who's writing reviews for this week to week, I'm starting to get the feeling that this might have been a better drop as a binge as opposed to doing a weekly release, because, you know, everyone just has to have some kind of opinion on each episode. And I'm not on Twitter, so I don't even know what kind of hellfire.
Oh, it's bad.
Bad.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. Yeah, I don't like engaging with that kind of stuff. But, you know, I've got friends who are a lot more deeper into Star Wars than I am. And they hit me up and they're like, oh my God, did you catch this reference from this expanded universe piece of lore? And I was like, no, that went over my head, but thank you for the you know, indulgence. I appreciate it. But then, you know, other places, oh damn, it's so fucking boring. Oh, it's so terrible. It's so bad. I don't like it, but I'm gonna watch it because I'm a Star Wars fan. I'm like, look, if you're not fucking liking it, then don't fucking watch it. You know,
stop hate watching.
There's a whole section. If anybody's seen that documentary, The People versus George Lucas, you know, there's a whole section in that where Star Wars fans talk about they talk about like how the merchandising, and this is before like even like the sequels and Disney Star Wars came about, but they talk about like just how even after like the proper series at that time, you know, was not, you know, had ended, the merchandising, just how ubiquitous Star Wars is, that, you know, just they talk about like having this love-hate relationship with Star Wars, where it's like I hate what it's become, but it's like I'm so committed to Star Wars I can't break myself off from it. And it's really it's a really great documentary to see. It's, you know, if you haven't seen People versus George Lucas, it's really fascinating documentary.
I'll always point to what, you know, Freddie Prinze. This will be the last thing I get to head off. The sun's getting a little low, but
sun's getting low. Freddie
Prinze. I'll always say this at that point. Guess what? You know, it's okay if you don't like what this series. This is written for kids, and it just, you know, you're gonna like what you like. You're gonna like what you don't. You're not gonna like what you don't like, and the stuff you like, it's never gonna be taken away from you. You know, you can go back to that, and, you know, there are some aspects that are going to be great, and other things just like, all right, you don't have to watch it.
Well, that's one of those things where, like, even going to what's going on with DC right now, it's like, all right, you don't like what's happening with the Superman? You have, I mean, literally, like, when it comes to a shared universe, we have 9.5 hours, almost 10 hours worth of shared universe that you can have. You have Man of Steel, BVS, and then, of course, Zack Snyder's Justice League. You have all of that right there. And then, of course, you have even, like, and that's not even including Wonder Woman or Aquaman, or, you know, it's like that are, you know, Snyderverse adjacent, where it's like they have their origin, kind of like their origin stories that are like fitting into the Snyderverse. It's like you have all that. So technically you do have 12 hours of Snyderverse stuff. I mean, if you're going to incorporate those two movies, Wonder Woman and Aquaman, to fit in this, you know, obviously the sequels, maybe not so much. So, you know, it's fine. But then, of course, you have Suicide Squad. And sadly, we need to get the, you know, the if we get that full realized version of David Ayer for the Suicide Squad, we can have another 2 plus hours of Snyderverse. And it's like, just, if that's what you want, that's what you got. It's like, if you don't want what's going on with James Gunn, fine. It's perfectly fine. But at the same time, but I did want to ask Jay, but like, are you involved?
I'm gonna head on out, guys. So.
Yeah, you got to head on out. Yeah.
All right. Nice meeting you, Jacob. Good luck with everything. Look forward to seeing the new work.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Taylor, bye.
All right, take it easy, Chris. All right, but I wanted to ask you, Jacob, and we could probably wrap this up soon, but are you into Star Wars at all?
Yeah. No, I remember being obsessed with the prequels when I was like really, really young, because that's when it was all happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've always been into Star Wars. I remember seeing The Force Awakens opening night, and like that was probably one of my most crowded theater experiences.
Yeah.
It was
swamp
ridiculous. And then I mean, the Disney takeover is probably, I think, run its course in terms of like being Disney. I'm hoping going forward, I know that they're doing I don't know if it's a trilogy. I know at least one movie with Daisy Ridley.
They're gonna do another one with her.
Yeah. So I'm hoping like that's sort of its own thing. I think the curse that they've put themselves into is just like trying to be Star Wars, if that makes sense. Like,
no, I get what you're saying.
Like that's what I think makes Rogue One, even with all the trouble that I went through, like that makes Rogue One such a special Star Wars movie, because it's like not Star Wars.
Yeah, and Andor, like season 1 is like
The Mandalorian,
which was supposed to be, it's a prequel to Rogue One. It's set in that world, but it's such a fucking like almost, it's like a grounded, gritty story where it's like, hey, let's do this, and let's show this, and a lot of people are just kind of going like, yeah, hey, what about that?
Yep.
And it's like, and it seems like Disney's going, yeah, okay, but we're not seeing, obviously they're not seeing the views on that because it's not as, viewer friendly, I guess. Which it's like one of those things where Andor is going to be, and Rogue One is going to be one of those, like, as we move along, people are going to gravitate towards that and go, oh yeah, look at that. Look what we had right here. We had this kind of like gritty Star Wars story right here that is a story that leads to the story that we started off with. And people are going to gravitate towards that. And I really hope, because we are getting an Andor season 2, thankfully.
Oh, cool.
But it's just so cool that it's like, after we get these Star Wars stories that are just like trying to be, hey, Book of Boba Fett, that's going to be something. Everybody loves Boba Fett. And then we see it and we go, this is not what we wanted.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not what we wanted. And then we get the Acolyte. Oh, this is a story about the Jedi. And then first episode, I'm going, whoa, wow. Okay, this is not what I was expecting. And then I keep going, okay. And then, okay, now you're getting to a point where maybe I'm starting to get on board, but we're in the finale. Next week's the finale, and I'm going, all right, I'm kind of on board, but not really there still. And I'm still kind of hesitant on the series. And I'm going, is there going to be a season 2? Because I don't even know if I want that. And I was really going, I'm all like, when it comes to my love for Star Wars, it's all been about the Jedi and lightsabers and stuff like that. And now you have a series that is showing that. But to me, I'm just going, this is not what I was hoping for really at all. And I think a lot of people have even expressed that. A lot of people have expressed that in, different ways, of course. But I'm just kind of going like, this is it? This is the Jedi series that I was hoping for? I mean, you literally cast Carrie-Anne Moss, Trinity, who I love, and I'm going, oh yeah, Trinity is now a Jedi. And then first fucking 5 minutes, she gets killed. And now we're going, all right, who killed her? And then we have only her in flashbacks, not really doing that much. And I'm going, shit.
Yeah.
That's
Damn it.
understandable.
I was all
That's
about
completely
Carrie-Ann
understandable.
Moss Jedi, and I barely gotten her as a Jedi throughout this whole series. And I'm like, God damn it.
Did you watch episode 7?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so
Yeah, I know. And
Yeah.
I did appreciate because it was a flashback episode that was
Right.
showing a different perspective from the last flashback episode, which was, I think, episode 2 or 3.
3, yeah.
Yeah. And I did appreciate the storytelling when it came to that, but still the execution, sometimes I'm like,
I think I'm with you in that in terms of the episodes itself, specifically the flashback episodes, I feel like, we've seen flashbacks done in other places where there's like some level of, okay, so episode 6 ends on Soul telling May, like, I'm going to tell you what happened on Brendok. And then we're in the next episode, we're just immediately thrust into that. I feel like it would have been more fluid had there been some kind of like voiceover overlap of like, or, some kind of intertwining cuts of editing in between, like,
I agree.
Soul and May having that conversation, and then, periodically jumping into how this happened, how that happened. Oh, this is why you decided to go after Indara first, because, well, she take out your whole damn coven. Oh, this is why you're saving Soul for last, because you fucking killed your mom. Like, spoilers for anyone watching who hasn't seen it yet, but I agree that the execution hasn't been stellar, but I'm probably a little bit more on the favorable side because, much like you, I largely lean towards like the Jedi Sith aspect of Star Wars a lot. Second to that would probably be like the scum, the villainy, the Mandalorians, and things like that. And then lastly, the least intriguing thing I think for me is what you guys love, stuff like Rogue One and Andor, the whole like boots on the ground, the real people that are affected by the war that the Galactic Empire that's waging with the Resistance and the Rebellion. Like, that stuff is kind of like not really in my purview, but I can understand why a lot of people who've watched Star Wars for a long time have been like, yes, this is what we want. I get it. I completely get it. And there's even a level of like, care there where you have Tony Gilroy being like, yeah, we didn't really set out to make a Star Wars show. We just wanted to tell a very visceral, personal story with Andor. And I get that completely. It's just not my cup of tea.
I'm not saying like that's more interesting. I'm just saying it's like better. Like in terms of just the quality of the movie and the show. It's just like they seem to have like found better footing and like making something that not matters, but making something that's more human, I feel like is their stronger suit. And until they can like find a way to like, I think Rian Johnson was the closest in terms of like literally like the line is like letting go of the past or whatever. Like that's always going to be Star Wars' like biggest opposition.
No, you're actually right. I mean, it's so funny because when you look at Rian Johnson's Last Jedi, and so many people hate that movie, so like they
I actually like The Last Jedi.
I do too.
It's my least
favorite.
There's
some things. There are some things in there I go, all right, but one of the best Star Wars sequences is when who's the character, God, I can't remember the actress's name, who's also in Jurassic Park.
Laura
Dern.
Yeah,
when she stays back and she goes, you know what,
just torpedoes the ship through the other ship at light
dude,
speed.
It's
that scene,
cool.
One of the best fucking, because when you see the ship go and it just tears through all that shit, and you just go, holy crap, and the music and all that stuff, and I'm like, that is a beautiful, absolutely beautiful scene. And when I saw it, and I remember even my theater was like going, oh my, I remember somebody actually, I think even said, whoa, when that happened, because it's so silent. Like, Rian Johnson was like, we're not going to have sound effects. We're just going to show it. And there's going to be some music, and there's going to be, that's it. And it was just like, what? And it was one of those, like, you went, whoa, like that actually happened in this movie. And it's like, Rian Johnson decided like, hey, but it was such a weird thing, because it seemed like Rian Johnson was like, all right, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to set up future Star Wars stuff. and he's not going to get any more Star Wars. Let's face it.
What are you talking about?
Probably
That Rian Johnson trilogy is like right around the corner.
He's getting his movie first, don't you know?
And I think that's what fucked this thing all up, because I mean,
It's a little cart before the horse, more or less.
when you show people, when you show like all the characters after everything that happened, they're in that group setting, they're happy, and then you see the dude, the little kid with the broom who is force sensitive, and then he holds the broom like a fucking lightsaber. You go, oh my god, this is just foreshadowing to the future, right? But then it's like, wait, this is supposed to be the middle fucking movie for this trilogy. What are we doing here? This should be the end of this trilogy. What are we doing? I blame Lucasfilm for, I don't blame Rian Johnson. Rian Johnson, yeah, he maybe some things maybe didn't work that well, like Leia, in space doing her whole thing. That was a little weird. I'll give it that, but I do understand. I do understand it. But I think Rian Johnson was going, hey, if you're going to give me more Star Wars, I know where to take Star Wars. And I think he did a good job of deconstructing Luke. And I think a lot of people don't like that, just like they didn't like the deconstruction of Batman and Superman that Snyder did. But he was like, you know what, let's show Luke just at his worst and his thoughts and the way that he was like approaching things when it came to all the stuff. But then there's like, I mean, you find little things that Rian Johnson was doing, just like how people find stuff what Snyder was doing when it came to deconstructing the characters, is the fact that, like, I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen the comparison of when Rey was like, doing her training and she was like attacking like kind of like that rock, and all her moves that she did is what Kylo Ren does to Luke. Have you seen that?
Yes.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
If you put the side by side, the moves that Kylo Ren does to Luke on their final battle is what Rey does when she's training with Luke. Yeah. So it's just shit like that where you go, oh, that's cool. What the fuck? Like, I mean, come on. Yep. So that's why I can appreciate what Rian Johnson was doing when deconstructing the characters, and I think like sometimes people just go, the execution maybe not have been there for them. I don't know. It's just I don't know. When you get people new, tackling these IPs, it's like, you're always going to be met with a shit show no matter what, it's like, and Star Wars is probably a lot worse than DC. Let's face it. I mean, can you imagine if Zach got the fucking green light for his Star Wars bitch? Thank God he didn't, because the PG-13 versions of Rebel Moon, I've enjoyed, but I cannot wait to see what he actually wanted to do for this kind of stuff, and I think it's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Well, it's not like people, as far as his detractors, it's not like they were any easier on him with Rebel Moon, being an independent, IP. They're not being Star Wars. They still jump like jackals on it.
Of course. And that's the way it's always going to be, And I think the fact that Zach is always in the conversation of even when I see, the discourse online, I'm like, well, I can appreciate the fact that Zach made something, he took existing characters, and deconstructed them and made them his own, and really caused a conversation where it struck a core in like a lot of us. All of us here love what Zach did with the DC characters. We love what he did. And so I think the fact that there is that discourse, it's like, yeah, it can be frustrating. I get frustrated with it because obviously I'm like 100% with what I do in my channel. I'm always talking about this stuff, and I see it and I get frustrated, but at the same time I go, you know what? It's kind of crazy how Zach really did make it his own, because prior to this, nobody talks. I mean, yeah, people talk about Superman Returns and what Bryan Singer did. It's like, yeah, okay, but everybody goes, whatever.
Well, all
But
Zach has to do is like say, "Hey, it's like you want to see it in theaters. Wait for a date. I'm not going to give you one yet." And just kaboom.
Yeah. So it's like what Zach was trying to do with these characters is like, hey, I have a different approach. This is what I'm gonna do. So, but then at the same time, I'm going like, all right. So James Gunn also has that approach. All right, let's see what you have, and I don't know. Going to be interesting to see his approach. And yes, there's always going to be a comparison to Zach's approach, sure. But at the same time, it's like when I see people just like melting down about this stuff, it's like, stop, just talk about stuff you like, and I appreciate the fact that it's like, like Brad, you'll like mention stuff about, Snyder cut stuff, but you're not going to have like 61 tweets in a day shitting on fucking James Gunn. Phil, you're not even on Twitter right now. And you're also not gonna just like go, hey, this is why James Gunn stuff's bad. You're just gonna be like, it's that. I don't like it that much. Sure, it's fine. And I love that you're like, okay, this is my opinion. I'm gonna say it on a live stream, but I'm not gonna post fucking constantly 24/7 about it. You know? And then
Jacob, talking about what you like and what you don't.
Yeah. And then Jacob, you probably don't even like some of the stuff that's happening right now too, right? But you're gonna be like, I'm not gonna talk about that. I'm gonna do my shit. Yeah,
I mean, I'm definitely keeping an open mind about everything. Like, yeah. I love all the characters, and I obviously want nothing but the best for them and like for all the fans, and like whatever happens, and I'll keep my ears open and keep looking at stuff that shows up. And like I said, when a teaser comes out, when a trailer comes out, I'll watch it. And if it piques my interest, I'll be there. But yeah, for the moment, I'm just kind of indifferent about everything. Honestly, I'm just is what it is.
And that's good. That's good. And that's what's great about these discussions. We can have these discussions where it's like, I obviously with me having a YouTube channel, I'm like, just going to be like, hey, let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. I love these characters and blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, I'm not going to be like, when I have people coming at me like, oh yeah, remember when you used to be this? I'm like, no, I'm just all about the characters. And I'm like, I'm just open about, hey, let's see what James Gunn has to offer. I don't hate him. I don't love him. I'm not part of that. I love Zach. I love what he did with the characters. So in my brain, I'm like, all right, so his Superman, his Batman, his characters that he created, I'm like, he really created like this cinematic level to them. When you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, I mean, I'll even go back to the corridor crew when they were talking about Zach and his characters. It's like they weren't even commenting about the visual effects, because that's what they do. The corridor crew talks about the VFX, even though they've raved about his visual effects. But one of the guys said, like, how does Zach like make these characters so larger than life than nobody else has done before? It's like, yeah, there is an aspect of like when we went to Full Circle. Sorry, Brad, I know you didn't go, but
I'm sorry.
Maybe one day.
My screen's a William. I'll be typing something like.
I know. It's just like I wish you could have been there, because when you just watch it on the IMAX screen, you just go like, "How the fuck?"
Oh God, that's why I really hope this.
I know. I get it.
Coming out of that,
I get it, because when you see it on the IMAX screen, you just go like, "All right, no other superhero movie has been like this." Like I've said it, I think I even said it to Zach the last time. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'll say it the next time he's on, where I'm just like, dude, you made the ultimate independent superhero movie, especially with the Justice League is gray version, because like I've always thought that, where it's like if I'm gonna watch that on the big screen, I'm like, this is like an independent movie. I'm watching a Justice League movie in black and white, and all the heroes look so fucking large. They're larger than life. Every fucking frame that they're in, like it's just like no other superhero movie has made characters this large. Like, and that's what one of the corridor crew guys said in that aspect ratio is like, Zach really made that. And I'm like, James Gunn ain't going to do that. And I know that. But at the same time, I could appreciate what James Gunn is actually doing. He's trying to do something different in his own way. And that's all I can ask for. I'm not saying that he has to outdo Zach. And, you know, it's all subjective anyways. You know, some people will be like, oh, yeah, he fucking, you know, there's going to be those people that are going to be like, oh, yeah, he blew Zach out of the water. And I'm like, well, I don't think that.
Well, there are already people saying that, but that are saying that to stand tag.
They're already saying that now, yeah. But it's fine, you know, but like, you know, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, we got a new creator, you know, got a new artist that is going to be handling these characters. And I don't know. It's just one of those things where I just go, you know, if you don't like what's going on, hey, you don't have to, but you don't have to tweet, you know, 62 things a day about how much you hate it. You know, that's the thing. It's like, I don't understand that aspect of fandom is like, why do you have to like always constantly? It's like, just talk about stuff you like. And that's, I go back to what Kevin Smith said on Rosamond's podcast. It's like, you know what, let's just be positive. Let's just be positive about shit. And, you know, talk about the things you like. You don't like this certain thing, you know, it's perfectly fine. And I just,
or even like being derogatory towards people who like the thing that you don't like, you know, standing at the gate and deeming like, oh, well, if you like the Acolyte, or if you like, you know, Boba Fett, or if you like Mandalorian, then you're a Disney Star Wars fan. I'm just like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah,
it's such a goofy thing to say. Or even just like, you know,
dude,
the whole Superman conversation, right? Like, you've got your 78 fans, you got your Man of Steel fans, and they're just constantly just.
Dude, I'm one of those people that like when somebody likes something or even dislikes something that maybe I like, or if I dislike something that somebody likes, I want to just I start asking questions. I just go, okay, explainably, why do you like this?
Oh yeah,
you know, and I like those conversations where I'm just going, hey, let me know why you like this or why you dislike this, you know, and I just want to know that, or why did you associate this? Why I find myself so many times on Twitter just going, wait, I'll even say, I say, wait, comma, why? You know, it's like, why this? Why this? I just want to know what's in your mindset, you know, just to get that. And, you know, and overall, we're all passionate about this. And Zach was absolutely right when he said on Rogan that this is like a religion to a lot of people. This is, and every time I see stuff when it comes to the discourse, especially when it comes to superhero stuff, I'm like, man, Zach was like 100% on point when he said this is a religion, and it's totally that. And I just appreciate, like, you know, you guys, and I appreciate people that just go, yeah, I might not like it, but I'll be open to, hey, let's see what happens. Let's see the interpretation.
Well, anybody who's seen me, you know, I'm sure people have seen me like on Twitter, on social media, or on Vero, and you know, because I definitely I tweet like about the Snyder stuff a lot, but it's because I like it, and I tweet about wanting to see, you know, the completion of the story, but I don't tweet about it in the way of like, I want what Gunn is doing like turned into a tax write-off for that to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't want it to be squash. You're like, all right, well, let's see what happens, you know?
Yeah, and what you were just saying too about like hearing other people describe. I've mentioned on other streams, William and I have done that. You know, I'm at best, you know, an outsider when it comes to things like Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter, but you know, I know people who are, you know, I mean, that's, you know, that's their lore, that's their mythology, that's what they are really enamored with. And yeah, I'm at a point, you know, I've been at a point for the last couple of years where I've said, if it's something I'm not into, I want to hear, hey, show me how this like really pulled you in, or like what made you as enamored or as enthused about this as you are, because and especially at cons, that's one of the reasons why I really enjoy going to conventions, because
those are the best conversations when you actually talk to people,
because it takes out all the bullshit from social media.
Exactly. Dude, I've had conversations with people like that on like just a random like July 4th like get together. Like I remember I've had conversations with people who are like, all of a sudden I'm like, I see this guy who's wearing like a Superman shirt or something like that, and I walk up, I'm like, hey, and then we start talking. It's like, oh yeah, he actually works at a comic book shop. I'm like, how do you feel about this? How do you feel? And I remember like this happened probably about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. This is before the Snyder Cut came out, and yeah, he was working at this pretty notable comic book shop that was within the town. That is a really good shop still around. And we were talking about stuff. And actually, this was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And he was like, and I started talking about the Snyder Cut stuff. And he goes, wow, I wasn't even aware of that. And it was just like one of those things where it's like he didn't like certain things. And then we talked for like a half an hour. And we just started talking about it. And then he was just like, oh, I wasn't even realizing that this was happening or that was happening. It was just kind of a weird thing. And it's like, yeah. In real life, things just kind of like go like that. Like you said, Brad, that you had somebody who you were or who you train with who like didn't know certain things, and all of a sudden you were like, all right, well, let me
I gave them up to speed, and it's like I'm now I'm like determined, like him and his family. I'm gonna really gonna drive this point home and say, okay, I've like set off the spark. You guys got to see the movie now, because I want to see anytime I run into a newbie on the subject or somebody who was not like along for that whole journey. You know, I want to see people's responses to when they finally see what so many of us were in the trenches fighting for so long, because that's there's the trade-off of it's like so many of us were along for the journey, but it's like, what is it like getting the perspective of somebody who was just kind of, it's like that kind of passed them by, but if they discover it later on, and giving the quick rundown. I've gotten very good, I like to think, over the last few years of like giving the cliff notes of how the whole thing went down, because I've had to do it so many times. But yeah, that's I've introduced that, so I'm gonna make sure it's like oh yeah,
it's a fun thing.
See this 4-hour epic and let me know what you thought.
Yeah, it's such a fun thing. It really is. It can be. So I don't know. It's just crazy, but I think this is we're gonna wrap up the stream tonight. Jacob, you're awesome. I'm just saying. That's not just a wine talking, I swear. No, but thank you for sticking around for the whole stream, man. But really looking forward to the rest of Reverie. Really enjoying it and really enjoying everything you do, man. And you always have a place here to talk about it. And I hope everybody, and I saw some people in the chat say that they clicked on the link and followed your TikTok to see more and everything. So hopefully we're gonna push a little bit for what you're doing, man. I love it.
Thank you, Dave. I really appreciate it. It's This has been like, I mean, an amazing. Like I remember, and I told you this. I've been following you for, I guess, what feels like forever now. Like literally, I remember when your videos didn't have you, it was just your voice.
Yeah, just my voiceover shit. Yeah.
So it's been awesome. I love coming on here, and I'll have to come back on when we do the full release, and I'm doing another fundraiser.
Oh yeah, 100%, man.
For FSP. So we'll hop back on. But yeah, and fellas, thanks for having me on again. I really appreciate you, Brad. Nice to meet you.
Likewise,
to see you again.
Back at you, buddy.
Reverie Chapter 3. This one's called "We Have a Serious Problem." Comes out. That'll be July 29th, and then the epilogue, which is Chapter 4, is called "Saving Grace." And then the week after that, we're going to do the full release on YouTube. So, all right, I got to get to bed. But thank you guys very much, Dave. Always a pleasure.
And, always great talking to you, man. Always like talking movies with you and talking your projects, man. You're very talented, and can't wait to see what's next. And when everything's released, come back on. Let's talk more.
Thank you, brother. Let's do it, fellas. Good to see you. Have a good one.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, Phil, what do you got?
Let's see. I just dropped my review of The Boys episode season 4, episode 7.
just dropped that review on Multiverse of Color. Other than that, you can catch my musings on pretty much everywhere except X, Twitter, whatever that app is. Just pretty much look everywhere else except that application. So Instagram, Vero, Blue Sky. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I am on the Four Nerds as well. We just had a show on Wednesday. So, yep, that's pretty much it.
All right, man. Thank you. All right, Brad.
You guys can find me on Twitter and Vero. Also, someone on Facebook. You can find my writing on various outlets. I've had some I published all the places I have my writing published. You can also find me on the Sci-Fi Center. Tomorrow we're doing a double feature watch party of The Cat in the Hat with Mike Myers.
Oh,
and
God.
I think Williams.
Enthusiasm in his voice.
Oh yeah, he's going to do a thumbnail for that. I think what's going to be it's going to be putting my head on the Cat in the Hat's body, but it's me doing this.
Oh God.
So, and then after that, or maybe before that, maybe this will be the first one. I would rather it be the second one, but the second one after that is going to be for Beyond Skyline. If anybody's familiar with the Skyline franchise,
dude, I like the Skyline movies.
Yeah. Oh, good, because it's like Williams, really far behind the curve on that. So it's like yeah.
I'm all about alien invasion movies, and when I watched the first Skyline, I was like, yes. I was like, this is something different. It's kind of B-roll, sure, but then it got into a different level, and then Frank Grillo showed up, and I'm like, okay.
Frank Grillo and the dudes from the Raid movies. So.
Yeah, exactly. It got very like, oh, now we're going to this level. All right.
I see the poster right behind me there too.
Nice. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. That's cool.
I got the director's autograph on there. I actually interviewed him a few years ago when it was coming out. So yeah, that's what we're doing tomorrow. I mean, it's our usual show, and there's other watch parties. I'm pushing to compensate for this bullshit I have to get through tomorrow. So, just pray for me, guys.
There you go. Yeah, I'll pray for you. All right, guys. Well, we love you, and again, thank you to Jacob for showing up and talking about his projects, his new project for sure. Make sure, like I said, it's in the live chat. And thank you, Phil. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, of course, Chris, who showed up, and everybody who watched. We will talk to you guys later.
Everybody.